Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to day number 5 of competition as we have the second day of the surf slalom discipline. And you know what day that is? This means that we are going to be crowning our 2 GWA world champions in the surf slalom discipline here in Brazil, the season finale. I can tell you it is very tight up the top there at the moment. The 2 riders that have probably the most amount of possibilities are Tituan Galea and Flora Asner, but there is also some other riders up there in the mix. We have Nia Suarez, we also have Francesco Capuzzo and Camille Bouyer. We will have to see who is going to be able to put it on. Will the 2 reigning number 1s at the moment not choke and go all the way? We will soon find out. But before we go out to the action on the water, as we are going to be starting off with elimination number 3, let's take a little look at the highlight video from yesterday. Welcome to day 4, everybody, here in Taiba. The name of the game today is Surf Slalom. We are changing disciplines. Just had registration. Everybody is ready to go out fast there. The boys are ready to get set. We don't know if it's going to be upwind, downwind. Is there going to be speed? Is there going to be pumping? We will soon find out. The course design saw riders come steaming out of the start gate before rounding the first buoy on port tack to take on a tactical upwind battle to the top mark. A short blast downwind brought riders onto the pure pump track. While holding the wing's flagging handle, only efficient legwork and help from any swell lines would bring the biggest advantage here. Rounding the mark at the end of the pump track, riders powered their wings as fast as possible to rip along another broad reach before a little jibing zigzag, and then it was the final hack to the line.
I'm Mathis Guillaume.
I'm Camille Bouyer.
I am Francesco Capuzzo.
My name is Tituan Galea.
Yeah, so this is the last World Cup of the year.
Yeah, right now I'm in 4th position.
I can be a world champion.
Yeah, I'm happy to still lead one of the disciplines.
Yeah, I arrived here in Brazil almost more than 2 weeks ago.
The spot here is pretty wavy.
This spot looks super fun. It's like my home.
Well, it's nice.
We have a big shore break.
Yeah, it's good wind, not too light.
Out there we have really nice wave to ride.
So we're 4 guys being able to win the Surf Slalom Championship.
Tituan is the last world champion.
My only goal is to beat Francesco Capuzzo.
Last night I went to sleep like pretty chill.
Super good rider.
We're gonna fight till the end.
Just want to ride and let's see what happens.
It will be tough, I think, but it will be fun.
Welcome to day number 4 here of the GWA Wingfoil World Tour event in Taiba on the north coast of Brazil. After an epic climax to the Surf-Freestyle Championship, focus shifted to the Surf Slalom fleets on day 4 of the Copa Kitley GWA Wingfoil World Cup Brazil. The men smashed through 2 full elimination battles, each consisting of 4 heats, 2 semi-finals, and then the finals. Galea proved unbeatable. Unwitting his competition on the upwind legs, he then glided easily through the course to win both finals. Sadly for Capuzzo, he had a big clash with Mathis Gio at the end of the pump track in the first elimination final, but recovered to finish 5th in that round and lies in 2nd at the end of the day's slalom. In the women's, Nia Suarez turned up in full form, winning 6 out of 6 eliminations. The young Spaniard piled the pressure on Asner, who had a mixed bag of results. So it all comes down to the final day. Can Flora cling on, and who can halt Galea's dominant charge to the title? A full day of action here in Taiba with the surf slalom. There are definitely two names that have been dominating out there today. Niaswadieth and Tituan Galea at the top of the overall after the first day of competition. We will have to see what happens out tomorrow, as we are going to be having the closure of the season finale here in Taiba. And welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Day number 5, a second day of the surf slalom discipline here in Brazil, in the beautiful village of Taiba. I'm Josie Ashler, and joining me today in the booth, I have Liam Dreg. Liam, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yes, final day of the final wing foiling stop of the 2022 calendar, and what a place we are at. Sunny Brazil. I've just come up from the beach. Conditions are definitely looking like the wind's a little bit stronger today, so that should provide some epic final surf slalom action.
Yes, it should, and yeah, you're definitely right with that. There are a few more white horses out there on the water. As we can see, the wind at the moment is probably in between about 15 to 18 knots. The forecast, what it's saying out there, is that as the afternoon gets on, it's going to get stronger, even cooling about 20 knots, when yesterday they were cooling around 16. So I reckon we're going to get past that. So looking like it is going to be good conditions for this season finale. And here you can say, what better location could we be ending off the year?
Yeah, it's a fantastic location, and this is why our athletes love coming here year in, year out, and it's why we keep coming back year in, year out. The wind blows constantly pretty much this time of year, so perfect conditions. We spent a week in the lagoon last week. Now with our wing foilers this week, and Joe, we're still around for a little bit longer.
Yes, we are, because let's not forget, at the end of the month, we have the GWA Kite World Tour Surf Freestyle Strapless Discipline will be coming our way. But the name of the game out there at the moment is Surf Slalom. And you know what? We have a great graphic to explain the course, what they're going to be doing out there today. Let's get that up on screen. All right, so here we can see it consists of 6 buoys at the moment. They start off coming down on port tack, and then they go all the way up to buoy number 2. For the men, they have a pumping track that you can see there over on the top right-hand corner, where they are able to use the swells and use the power of their legs. They have to put the wing, grabbing it by that middle handle, the flagging section, so they are not used at all by the power of the wing to make their way through that. Then it is pretty much a reach all the way to buoy number 5, round number 6, and then there's the finish line. There could be a change in the course where there'll be one up more mark and they will finish towards the shore. We will have to find that out very shortly, but at the moment, that is what is looking like the racetrack for our Formula 1 guys and girls out there here of the surf slalom. I can't wait to see more action, because yesterday, 2 dominators out there on the water, Tituan Galea and Niaswadieth.
Yeah, they were on fire. Niaswadieth winning pretty much all of her eliminations. Tituan, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but doing the same. But with that track there, Joe, we saw different tactics being played out by our riders. Some riders were putting in their turns earlier. People like Tituan were going down the straight a lot longer, and then out of nowhere, he would be taking that first position. So what do you think our riders will what do you think is going through their head today? Are we looking at sort of similar tactics?
I reckon we are. I mean, yes, let's not forget it's a little bit windier out there. Some of the guys yesterday were up on the 600 and 700 foils, and I reckon today we're going to be seeing those 500s come out. Talked to them yesterday morning, and obviously when I talked to them in the morning, they would kind of say, yeah, if it's windier, we'll put the 500s. If it's not so windy, 700s. That's kind of the name of the game. Obviously, equipment when it comes to the surf slalom really does take a big toll. And you have to make sure on the men's side they have that pumping track. So they can't go for example, a super small front wing, because if you want to get past the pumping, you need to be able to have those kind of, square centimeters to be able to get through it. But let's not forget, there is an element of the waves out there. So if you can time it right to land yourself on the waves, maybe you can risk it and go with only a 500.
Yeah, we saw yesterday towards the end of that pumping track, that was where a lot of the overtakes happened. And in the first final of the elimination number 1 yesterday, we saw the conflict between Capuso and Matis Gio. So will we see a little bit more of that today? There's plenty left on the line. We'll be crowning the Surf Slalom World Champions later on this afternoon. So, boy, am I excited for what's to come.
Oh, for sure. And let's go over a little bit what was happening out there yesterday. At the moment, it is Tituan Galea in the lead as he has 2 wins. We have Francesco Capuzzo, who has a 5th and a 2nd. He is on the 2nd on the overall. And then we have Matis Gio, who has a 7th and a 3rd. So those are 3 of the top contenders. And then the other contender up around and in the mix was Camille Bouillet, who we're just waiting. He can see there, he's in 5th position at the moment and getting a 3rd and an 8th. So those are the guys, those are the riders that to keep your eye on, because those are the ones that are still in the title race. And then when it comes down to the ladies, we have Nia Suarez in 1st, as she won every single elimination yesterday. Paula Novotno in 2nd, who has a slim chance also at probably being able to take that title together with Nia Suarez, and Flora Asner, that she only needs to land the top 4 positions in this competition to claim that world title, which she already is. But as we know, when it comes down to the speed, when it comes down to the tactics, anything can happen. The idea on the men would be to try and get to 4 eliminations, as that would mean there would be 1 discard. And on the ladies to elimination number 11, which we will be starting elimination number 7 very shortly, so they could have 3 discards.
Yes, plenty of heat to come your way. So we are getting comfortable up here in the booth. As you can see, the shot at the moment, plenty of action going on at the beach here in Taiba, Brazil. We've got our kiters training for next week's event, and our wingfoilers are out at the back near the boat waiting for that yellow flag to go up, which will then shortly follow with the green. And when the green goes, it is all systems go, go, go. And there it is. You can see our flags up in the sky there, the red and white. What is the red and white flag, Joe?
Well, that means that it is AP flag up at the moment, which normally means that everything is on standby. So at the moment, the competition is on standby, and I presume basically what's happening is the race, the committee boat, which is that start line boat, that's where all the information for the riders is given out there on the water, because as the eliminations are so fast, you don't want them coming in, coming out, coming in, coming out. You'd rather have them at the committee boat so they can get all the info that they need. Starting off first, we already have that elimination ladder coming up to us. So for elimination number 3, heat number 1 will be Matis Gio, Tom Aubert, Alessandro Tomasi, Christopher McDonald, Mauro Luis, Vinicius Martins, Maxime Chablot, Dudu Masacato, Max Robertson and Clement Jamon. That is going to be the first heat that is going to be going out there on the water. But at the moment, competition is on standby, and we will be back with you very shortly as we're just getting info in. It looks like we're going to be starting in about 10 minutes. And there it is, everybody. There it is. We have the red flag in the sky for heat number 1, elimination number 3. Baptiste Gio, Tom Aubert, Alessandro Tomasi, Christopher McDonald, Mauro Luis, Vinicius Martins, Maxime Chablot, Dudu Masagato, Max Robertson, and Clément Herman. That is the riders that are going to be going out and flying towards us here for heat number 1, elimination number 3. At the moment, at the top of the tables, we have Tituan Galea and Nia Swadiath winning every single one of their eliminations yesterday. 2 eliminations already in the bag for the men, 6 eliminations in the bag for the ladies, as we are going to be starting off with elimination number 3, because pretty much if Tituan wins this elimination, it's almost certain that he will become a world champion. A lot of things have to go down if that changes. But as we know, this is the surf slalom, and anything can happen out there on the course. Yellow flag in the sky, less than 2 minutes. When there's no flag in the sky, it is 1 minute to the start, and they cannot be around in that triangle where they will have to go on a straight line and power their way through to the start line. Nobody can cross that line before the green flag hits the sky, because if not, you would have a premature start of PMS and you will be out of this elimination. At the moment, there it is, no flag. I mean, in less than a minute, ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, welcome to day number 5, GWA Wingfoil and World Tour 2022 season finale. Surf Slalom discipline on your screen, as there is still a world title race pretty much in between Tituan Galea, Francesco Capuzzo, and Camille Boyer, with a little slim chance there for Baptiste Gio. And then on the ladies' side, it is in between Flora Asner, Nia Swadias, and Paula Novotna on a very slim section. We will see, because today is the day that we will be crowning our world champions. But eyes on the screen, heat number 1, elimination number 3, just about to get going. And we can see the usual suspects already front and center. There it is, green flag. Christopher McDonald on the bottom, Vinicius Martins at the top. But once again, Baptiste Gio already out there on the Alula. On the Alula Ocean Rodeo, the A Series. And also, let's not forget, here it comes, Alessandro Tomasi bringing it to him with the new Enzis wing. And both of these boys flying through this first section of the competition course. Now they're going to be making their way all the way up to the top, to that buoy number 3 and number 4, number 5. Let's not forget that they get to the upwind mark here on that port tack, and then they have to release the power of their wing, grabbing it by the flag handle, where pretty much the wing just flaps behind you, and use that pumping track. You can see it's all the way up to that top mark there, pretty much centered off in your screen here with the beautiful drone view. And I mean, flying through the competition area, looking at those views, it don't get much better. Life is better in board shorts, ladies and gentlemen. And a little bit of surfing entertainment here as well, just while we're waiting the guys go up to the top. Let's not forget we have the GK Kite World Tour strapless surf event coming up at the end of the month. Taiba has definitely been the place to be. But at the moment, the name of the game is Surf Slalom. Who is going to be the fastest athlete out there on the course today? Different strategies, as we've seen. Mattis kind of takes a little bit of an easier route, but in the end, it is who gets up there, up top first. So Mattis Gio is definitely in the front, because I can look out of my window as well to try and keep you guys and girls as updated as possible. Trailing behind him, probably be by about 25 to 30 meters. I can see an orange Enzis, meaning that it is going to be Alessandro Tomasi. And if I'm not mistaken, that's looking like a unit D-Lab, a duotone, which will be a Tom Aubert. So looking like that is your top 3, but eyes on the leader, eyes on the leader. Mattis Gio coming down for that first downwind section. Here it is. Flags it out, using the power of his legs. And if you can combine that with a little bit of a swell bump, who would not want to just, you know, grab a little ride and have a little surf while you're at it? Making it all the way. Then there's a second buoy a little bit further down. And here we can see Alessandro Tomasi picking up on a nice bit of swell. A little bit of a luck combined, a little bit of strategy combined, because if you do get one of those waves, you are going to be able to ride it all the way. And here we can see Gio and Tomasi. Definitely looks like he is picking up. All right, Gio going around. Oh, Matis Gio goes down, but Alessandro, not quite sure if he's grabbed his wing there, as there is quite a distance to do the pumpity pump. We'll have to see what that is going to be about, because Alessandro is completely down on his board, so now he's going to have to pump it up and get off of it. So there's Alessandro. Here we can see Tom Aubert also making his way. This is where it starts to get interesting one more time. So Matis Gio has had the opportunity to get back up into his feet, and that pump track is looking very technical out there for our riders, but still in first pole position, Matis Gio. All right, so Matti is making his way through down here, the little zigzag just before the finish line. As we can see him getting around there, and he is going to be making his way across the competition finish line. As we can see also, everybody starting to get out of the water as the competition has started off Sunday afternoon here in Taiba. So your winner, Matis Gio, in second position. We have Tom Aubert, and waiting for confirmation on third, but unless anything changes, yep, just going behind there. I can see Alessandro Tomasi just going through. Fourth position, Christopher McDonald. And fifth position is going to be the local Brazilian rider, Dudu Masakato. So that is your top five who will be making it through to semi-final number one. And now we continue back. Let's get back to the committee boat, because the second race has already started. Francesco Capuzzo, Ugo Marin, Oscar Leclerc, Chucho Nunot, Lilian Juppet, Victor Habuski, Axel Gerard, Antonio Correa, Sebastiano Zorzi. Camera guys, out the back. That is the race already starting to happen. There it is. So that is Oscar Leclerc, second position. And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like a North mode out there in front. A little bit further to the right, guys. A little bit further to the right. You can see the white wing. Yes, there it is. That is a mode. So that is going to be Chucho Nunot.
Yeah, Chucho Nunot out there in first, being chased by Oscar Leclerc. Nice little shot there where we can see them coming up to that first buoy. Third position looks to be, from looking at the end of my window, Joe, is that an RRD wing we've got in third position there?
It certainly is. And let's have a little look and see who that could be. If it's an orange helmet, it's going to be Francesco Capuzzo. And that is actually going to be Francesco Capuzzo, because that is the only RRD rider in there. So he's out there on the Gold Series with the Beluga board, the 65-litre. And he said yesterday if the wind picked up, he'd be out on the 625. So I reckon he's probably already rocking out with that one. Francesco, one of the contenders. Yep, there he is. Orange helmet. Francesco Capuzzo. And also we can see it there, if I'm not mistaken, out there on the Chacun, that looks like Antonio Carrera.
And then we've also got on that slingshot, I believe would be Sebastian Zorzi. So little bit of a battle between them two going on there, keeping nice and close, but it'll be nice to see who comes out in sort of the top five positions, because let's remember, Joe, that these are, you know, if you're finishing first, second, third, fourth or fifth, you are making it through to the next semi-final. So plenty to play for.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to throw down. This is elimination number 3. The idea is probably to get through 4 eliminations on the men, meaning that they can get that discard. So what does a discard mean? It means they eliminate their worst result out of those 4 eliminations. So yeah, final event of the season finale. This is definitely due day out there at the moment.
Yeah, due day it is, and on our screens, just coming around there, Francesco Capuzzo making his way towards the sort of downwind pumping section, which will be the next part. So in the last heat we saw there, the riders making use of every inch of swell that there was, and this is a leg burner. Right now, there we see Capuzzo letting that wing loose, and off he goes, pumpity pump, following closely by Oscar Leclerc, who looks actually to be picking up a little bit of speed against Capuzzo, and this is where it gets a little tight. Both riders super duper close there, but Francesco still out on top, working the legs. Oscar Leclerc here looks maybe that way is going to catch him nicely, and he might come out of this one in first.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. We saw in that previous heat, a couple of them having a hard time when it came to getting it over. But at the moment, Oscar Leclerc looks like he had a very good run. Francesco Capuzzo already starting to get up on there. We can see Oscar on the value, and he's also on the Axis equipment, starting to rack it over and get his way going, because he was already had a little advantage. But let's be honest, you know, in the end, where it all comes down to it is the final. You wanna kind of not completely blow yourself out, get that top 5 in each one of these heats, and then when it's down to the final, it's all about cutthroat.
Yeah, good chance for our riders to just test the conditions and what's out there, how it's changed from yesterday, because this is, for those riders out on the water right now, their first heat of the day. So, like what we mentioned, the wind's a little bit stronger. The waves, you know, the swell might be a little bit different. So a nice opportunity here for them to get used to it. And on our screens, nice eye in the sky there. We can see the riders coming to the little zigzag section, which is towards the end of the course. And it's Oscar Leclerc out in front who looks to be taking the top spot on this one.
Yeah, very good ride in there from Oscar. If I'm not mistaken, that is going to be his first heat win here in that heat number 2, elimination number 3. So there he is. That is going to be Oscar Leclerc, second position, that man with the orange helmet, Francesco Capuzzo, and then in third position we were going to have Chucho Nunot. Coming up next for heat number 3, Nicola Spanu, Alan Fedit, Malo Genole, Riccardo Zorzi, Bastien Escoffet, Paolo Migliorini, Paolo Giacomo Brunelli, Daniel Cruz, Goyito Estredo, and Sergio Pereira. Let's go and have a little look at that committee boat, because if I'm not mistaken, it is going to be starting very shortly. There it is, red flag in the sky, less than 3 minutes.
Yeah, red flag goes up now. The riders out there. See, this is what fascinates me about the slalom, is the timings and when that green flag goes up. They're out the back there. They've got all their watches on, but as soon as that green flag goes up, they're going to be wanting to speed through, and we can see there them just circling around, waiting for that flag to rise, and that's the shot we want. Just look how many wingfoilers are at the back there.
And here they are. You can already see them getting ready out there, and there are some big names out in this up-and-coming heat, because let's not forget, Malo Genole was the new surf freestyle world champion. Nicola Spanu has been putting in some very good results out there yesterday. Let me have a look how he did on the overall, because he was really getting some good ones. So Nicola Spanu, yep, 6th position overall yesterday. Had a 9th and a 4th, ending it up off in there in that top 4. Really good riding out there from him. But like we say, anything can happen out there on the course, as now it is definitely time to start crunching those numbers, as we have those that world championship title race in between quite a lot of the riders. And when it comes down to surf slalom, if you mess up in one elimination, it can really affect the overall at the end of the day.
Yes, it can. And Nicola Spanu is actually one of the few riders that we've got at this competition that's just purely dedicated himself to the surf slalom. A lot of these riders have done both the surf freestyle and then followed over to the surf slalom. So Nicola Spanu focusing, just like Alessandro Tomasi as well, actually, focusing purely on the surf slalom. So very interesting to see how the rest of the day will plan out for those guys.
And there we can see yellow flag out there on the committee boats. Less than 2 minutes to the start. Conditions are good. Already just had a look at the old windometer. We can see out there at the anemometer saying that we have just over 20 knots already, and some of the guys are out there on 4, 5s and 5 meters. Kind of a little bit different than yesterday, when we even saw guys out on 6.5 meters. And talking to them, most of the guys out on those 525s, 30s, 50s, kind of the average of that front wing. Then when it comes to mast, there's a few different ones out there. The longest mast, definitely Matis Gil, 115. And then we can see the SAB guys out there on the 103 SAB mast. Tituan Galea, who is the one winning at the moment, unusually out on an 85 centimeter mast, but hey, obviously working for him because he's in first position.
Yeah, really interesting with these riders, what they actually choose to take for themselves, because everyone has something different. You know, wing sizes, liters of the board, mast height, front wing, but, you know, I guess it's up to them, and Tituan clearly doing something right, and it's looking like that green flag is going to be raised any second. Boom, there it goes. Let's see how it unfolds at the start here.
All right, so there we have him. Let's have a little look at who is going to be making their way through. I can see out there Alan Fedid. Here he comes, and Nicolas Spano out there on the free wing. You can see him charging through on this one. Bastien Escoffet there with the Patrick at the back, the pure transparent. But yeah, Nicolas Spano, Alan Fedid, and then Bastien Escoffet and Ricardo Zorzi, your top 4 out there in the water at the moment. And we also have Goyito Estredo, the white helmet RRD, out there on the gold series, the gold wing. So let's see as they're starting to make their way up to that top mark. Fast races out there today.
Yeah, Nicolas Spano coming out the gates early doors there, putting into gear 5. He's out in first position. Alan Fedit, like you mentioned, sitting nicely in second. But again, top 5 places will be making it through. So be interesting to see who finishes. Front and centre on your screen with the red helmet just there was Nicolas Spano. And we can see Galito Estrado on the right-hand side there has just turned around. So shortly, next part of the course will be the pumping track, which is where it gets interesting.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially on some of these lighter days, we can see it looks like Goyito Estredo there already making his way back up. He wasn't feeling too good yesterday, didn't see him out on the water, but now it looks like he is up there. Let's not forget, top 5 athletes make it through to the semi-finals of each one of these heats, and then it is a battle for the top 5 in both of those semis to make your way into the grand finale. Looks like Alan Fedit got a little bit of the upper hand there from Nicolas Spano, but when that guy hits that acceleration button, he is definitely making some meters on that.
Yeah, really interesting to find out what potentially Nicolas' foil setup is. What sort of front wing is he riding? Because Alan Fedit there just coming through. If he's riding a slightly smaller one, maybe he'll struggle on the pumping track. But interesting to see what our front 2 riders are riding here, Joe.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can see, talked to Spano before. I reckon he's going to be, he is on the SAB 4, so he's a 103 mast. He's either going to be on his 530 or 600 front wing. I reckon seeing the acceleration he's getting off of that is going to be the 530, especially that's now is windier. But this section is where it all comes to part, because if you don't have that front wing to be able to put, you know, kind of produce that pumping power, hard decision for all of them, but yeah, my money would be he would be out there on the 530 SAB 4, which is what he said yesterday. If not, it is going to be the 600, and he is there with his 63-litre board. Yeah,
and you can see just going down slightly there, so maybe that slightly smaller front wing is causing him a tiny issue. Maybe he'll want to change that when he comes in, because Alan Fedit here has gone out. But this is where you see Nicolas Spano, the lack of the pumping on that front wing. This is where he makes up for it in speed and power, because look, it's getting slightly closer. You can see quite a few of the riders maybe struggling on that pumping track, but here he is getting some distance on Alan Fedit.
Yeah, because here they're kind of just doing a reach all the way across, and you can see it does look like Spano is kind of cruising and making sure where he lands. But like we see in these first elimination heats, when they are the top 2, top 3, top 4 athletes, they're not really completely going for it and battling each other out, because in the end, if you're top 5, you're through. So, you know, to force a crash or to force an error or to force a collision just would not be worth it. And yeah, I think you can see Spano is fine, that he's there in second. Alan Fedit also, and we can see Bastien Escoffet. It's when it starts to get to those semis and finals, that's when we start to see the older teeth come out.
Yeah, for sure. There's a nice little bit of pride coming in first position in these heats. It's always nice to finish first, but like you said, you can sort of see it in the body language when it comes towards the end of the race in the heat there. They sort of take it easy, don't want to come off the foil, just want to pass the line, get that top 5 finish, and yeah, nice and comfortable for them. And back, all eyes go onto the wingfoilers out at sea for the next heat. Next heat, who have we got coming up?
Just loading it here, hitting the old reship fresh. So the next heat we will have semi-final number 1, as we can see, just getting ready out there. They're all laid down, kind of sitting down on the boards, having the information from the committee boats, Mathis Gio, Oscar Leclerc, Tom Aubert, Francesco Capuzzo, Alessandro Tomasi, Chucho Nunot, Christopher McDonald, Lilian Dupet, Vinicius Martin, and Sebastiano Zorzi. Those are the athletes that you have, and these are the next heat that is coming up, semi-final number 1. Red flag in the sky, red flag in the sky. Less than 3 minutes to go. As we happen to be going through to semi-final number 1, and it is speeding across the course here in Taiba today. So Mathis Gio, Oscar Leclerc, Tom Aubert, Francesco Capuzzo, Alessandro Tomasi, Chucho Nunot, Christopher McDonald, Lilian Dupet, Vinicius Martin, and Sebastiano Zorzi. Those are going to be the players here of this first semi-final. So we already have 2 of the title contenders, Francesco and Gio, in this semi-final. Pretty much, if any of them trip up and Tituan is able to get this third elimination, it is pretty much over for the race.
Yeah, that's not what they'll want to be happening. It's going to be a nice heat. This one, they'll keep it on the end of our seats because they'll want to be making it through to the final. Yellow flag there we can see is being shown in the air. So not long now until that green flag and the heat gets underway.
And just about to get ready. First semi-final of the day. Conditions are looking good. About halfway tide out there at the moment, as the high tide is going to be around at 2 o'clock today. But already, Liam, it definitely looks like that water is pushing very far up on the sandbanks.
Yeah, pushing up on the sandbanks. And what that does is it just creates a little bit more swell. The waves get a little bit more meaty. We saw in the Surf-Freestyle when they were sort of using the waves, they were waiting to get to that sandbank, and then the wave really sort of came into its element. So yep, really sort of interesting to see how the sea changes here. We can see that the high tide is at 2:42 in the afternoon. So we've got probably just over 2 hours, about 2.5 hours until that high tide peaks. So still, we will see a lot of water movement. We will see the conditions change. And with the higher tide, as it gets later on in the afternoon, what are we going to see with the wind? Well, hopefully looking at the forecast, the wind will start picking up. So what will that mean? Potentially some smaller equipment choices for the riders.
You'd think so. You definitely think so. I think, you know, halfway through this, I'm going to jump down and get a little bit more info on the equipment from the athletes, as they did tell me kind of a bit of a roundup of what they'd be using out there. But I reckon you are completely right. They're all going to be on those 500 foils. Mast sizes is kind of, we know it's in between 85 to 115. But then when it comes to that front wing, I reckon all of them are going to be on the smaller sizes. We've seen it out there with the skate from F1 with the 550, the skate new SK8 that we saw Tituan was probably using, which is a 530. And then a lot of the SABs have the 530 as well. So yeah, that is kind of around what we're looking at. But at the moment, there we have them already starting off. As we can see, Tituan starting to make his way, make his mark, as we come out on this semi-final number 1 out on the water. I do apologize, heat number 4. I knew I was getting a bit confused there. I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen. So heat number 4, Titouan Galea, and then we can see Camille Boyer and Julien Boyer going over there. Sorry, refreshed on the wrong side. I do apologize. So heat number 4, and there we can see at the top, that was Gregorio Pugliese turning around, and now Titouan Galea definitely on the right-hand side. If that RRD is a white helmet, it is going to be Camille. And we can also see there Xavi Core, the youngster who took the Surf Freestyle event in Tarifa. Yep, so first position at the moment, Titouan Galea. Second position, Camille Bouillet. And third position is going to be Xavi Core. But it all changes when they make their way up to that top mark.
Yeah, this is where it changes now. Titouan seems to have done it pretty much excellently all the heats yesterday, winning every single elimination round, just like Nia Suarez did on the women's side. So will Titouan dominate again today? Well, it's looking like it might go that way because he put in a great performance yesterday, but Francesco Capuzzo will be hungry to take it to Titouan because World Championships are on the line today.
Yeah, we are looking for that top spot. Who is going to be the best overall? But at the moment, it does look like one more time. Titouan, look, already taking the advantage at the top side. If he wins this elimination, it pretty much could be over. It depends where Camille and Francesco end up. But we could potentially be seeing the new world champion in the makings.
Yeah, and keeping the title from last year as well. That'll be his second in the surf slalom. So clearly a dominant when it comes to surf slalom. And here the pumping track begins. And this is going to be an interesting, we can see here, F1 versus RRD. A little bit of a battle here. Capuzzo not in this heat, but we've got the Boyer brothers and Gregorio Pugliese chasing Titouan here as they come towards the end, trying to catch any little bit of wave and swell they can find, pumping and using the legs to the max here. But Titouan looking comfortable out in front. And don't forget, top 5 make it through. So I think once they get past this pumping track and they get back on the foil, if they're in those sort of top positions, they're just going to take it easy until the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, like we said before, we saw it with Nicolas Spano there, that they are just taking it easy because they do not want to, you know, make a mistake that could really cost them dearly. I mean, if you got to push it, you got to push it. But if you're already out in front, there's a lot of distance. There's no point of completely squeezing yourself against the other rider. You're going to get through anyway. So, yeah, we can definitely see strategies out there on the water. But when it comes to surf slalom, course racing, and kind of, you know, these kind of tactical situations out on the water, you have got to be smart.
Yeah, and this is a really nice chance for these riders to get a little hang of the course and make the decisions that they want to make now for when they get into those semi-finals and especially the final, because that's where it all comes down for. When Titouan is maybe finding himself into the final, like what you said, he could potentially take the title if other scenarios don't happen. But there he is on your screen, Titouan Galileo with the F1 Strike V2 and the white helmet crossing the line. And in second position, we have what looks to be one of the Boyer brothers coming in. So there we go. Looks like Camille there, following closely, potentially by his brother there, Julien Boyer. So all there through to the next round.
Yeah, so already looking like it is pretty much exactly how we presumed it would be as we move on now to that semi-final number 1. Where we will see Mathis Gio, Oscar Leclerc, Tom Aubert, Francesco Capuzzo, Alessandro Tomasi, Chucho Nunot, Christopher McDonald, Lilian Juppet, and Vinicius Martin, Sebastiano Zorzi getting ready. Yellow flag in the sky, meaning that just less than 2 minutes to go. We are plundering and flying through this elimination, but the conditions are there. We have to make the most of it. Final day, season finale.
Season finale, yeah, it's going to be a great 2022 season. We had our previous surf slalom stop over in Silver Planet back towards the start of the year, so another nice little spot, but we're in Silver Planet because we're in a lake. So don't really get, well, pretty much don't get the swell that we're getting here in Taiba, so when it comes to that pumping section, it can be a little bit more challenging, but we can see our riders getting ready, a few of them having some fun, getting some air out the back. But in this heat, Mathis Gio and Francesco Capuzzo are up against each other again, and I like watching these two have a little battle, because yesterday we saw on that highlight video that Mathis Gio went over Francesco Capuzzo's foil and actually went into the drink, and you know, it was a tough one because Francesco was looking to be in first position. So yeah, it was some good action on and off the water.
Yeah, and here it is, flags down. They're already starting to make their way forward as we're going to be getting off to another race. Keep your eyes out there on the orange enses in the middle. Tomasi Gake in the outside. But down there on the bottom also, we can see the RRD pushing forward. And here it is, the Ocean Rodeo. Mathis Gioso, Tomasi Mathis Tomasi. Third position, we have Christopher McDonald, fourth, Tom Alberto. It looks like once again pretty similar to that heat number one, the guys that are battling it out. And look at Tom Alberto, how he is accelerating down there on the bottom with the Duotone Unit D-Lab. And he is also out there on the new board, the Style, which if I'm not mistaken is 45 litres. Let me double check that.
Brilliant shot there. We can see who's in what position there, but out in front, Mathis Gio. But this is where it gets a little bit interesting when they put this turn, because some of them do it early, some of them do it late, and then things can all change. As you can see right there, you know, Tom Aubert putting in an early turn, and Mathis Gio actually going further upwind before he puts in his turn. But right now, you can see Christopher McDonald, Chucho Nunot all putting in the turns. Mathis Gio there. So very interesting to see how this will play out. Again, top 5 positions will go through. So similar to the previous round, it's all to play for. Tomasi there on the left, Aubert on the right. Let's see which one of them will take the decision to make it towards the next buoy.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen quite... I'm going to say it. The guys that go further to the right seem to be the ones that are hitting that one first. We see Mathis do it. We see Titouan do it. And every single time. But then sometimes what they want to do is they want to be able to get kind of a little bit more distance to be able to gain some speed before there. Or they want to actually get up to the top and just kind of punter along and make their way to the top buoy. In the end, it doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter how you score the goal as long as the ball's in the back of the net. And at the moment, it definitely does look like Mathis Gio first, and we can see already there some of the guys starting to make their way forward as they come down on this first semi-final here, elimination number 3. Second position has got to be Francesco Capuzzo.
Yeah, Gio here on the pumping track. There it is, orange helmet, Capuzzo on the pumping track, just working their way along, managing to catch a little bit of wave there. You can see Francesco not using his legs as much, because when they catch those waves, they don't need to. They can just sort of cruise a little bit, pumping along. It looks like Gio's got a little wide there, and Capuzzo could catch up here. Tomasi in the background there, also pumping around. What's going to play out here?
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Gio, you can really see he's using the wave to be able to continue forward. Here we have Capuzzo there, second, third position, coming down nicely. Oscar Leclerc there out the back, but just losing it at the very end. And here we have Tomasi Aubert, Chucho Nuno, and Christopher McDonald. But wow, Gio is looking like he is in good form, gliding out there on the glide.
Yeah, he's had a good night's rest after yesterday's collision. Capuzzo there on the right-hand side of your screen. Gio going round again, still in first position. Top 5 is starting to come together now as we come towards the zigzag section of this course. So soon come, they will be coming past the boat. We can see that Alessandro Tomasi in third position, Tom Aubert in fourth, and I believe it was Christopher McDonald in fifth.
Taking that first position, Francesco in second. These boys will be battling it out all afternoon and yesterday as well, as we're going to have to see. So I have the scenarios out here as what can go down. Basically, if Titouan finishes in front of Capuzzo in elimination number 3, which is this one, he will be world champion. If Titouan doesn't win, it will come down to the 4th elimination round, which is we will be doing today, and it all depends on how Titouan, Francesco, Mathis, and Camille will finish. On the women's side, Flora Asner simply needs to finish in 4th position or better to become world champion. So far she's 2nd, so she's still leading. And if Flora finishes 5th or worse and Nia wins, Nia will become world champion. Nia won every single elimination yesterday, but she has to kind of wait and see if Flora will get that 5th position. That's the world title scenarios out there. Close stuff, close stuff. I reckon with the guys, it is going to come down to the wire. But hey, semi-final number 2, we will now see what kind of action we will have out there, because we are going to have Tituan Galea going out on the water.
Yeah, these guys don't make it easy for us, though, do they? The athletes do not make it easy. It is all up for grabs. So very interesting scenarios that can take place, especially on the men's side there. Flora really needing to hiccup a little bit to not get top 4, but you know, it's anyone's game. We saw on the surf freestyle especially, you know, all sorts of things were getting mixed up there. Malo was able to take his first world title off and snatch it out of the hands of Galito Estrado. But, you know, that's what makes this sport so exciting. And we were sure have been on the edge of our seats from start to finish.
Oh, we certainly have. And coming up next, Alan Fedit, Tituan Galea, Nicola Spano, Gregorio Pugliese, Bastien Escoffet, Camille Bouillet, Paolo Migliorini, Xavier Cor, Ricardo Zorzi, Julien Boyer. Big heat, because we have combination of everybody out there on the water. And let's not forget, we already have the other 2 title contenders in the mix. This is what we want. But hey, you know, like a caipirinha, you got to shake it all up, keep it cold, and let's see if we can have a fiesta at the end of this competition.
Beautiful view there. It's palm trees. You know, there's not anywhere in Brazil that doesn't have them. They are beautiful, making the beach look absolutely lush. And we can see there some of the local surfers making use of this great spot here. Wind is blowing. You can see at the bottom of the screen there the GWA flags just moving nicely, like what we mentioned, looking to sort of breach around that sort of 18 to 20 knot mark. So definitely more wind than yesterday, and you can see everyone's just having fun. It is a Sunday here today in Brazil, so the water is busy. We've got kites out, we've got wings out, we've got surfers, we've got swimmers, we've got the absolute lot. And as you can see, where else would you want to be during this sunny day here at Taiba, Brazil?
we are just waiting for those results to come in, as it looks like there is just a little bit of a checking out to see if one person or the other has gone through the starting line. I can see the race crew here on the old chat checking it out. But yes, semi-final number 2, Alan Fedit, Tituan Galea, Nicolas Spano, Gregorio Pugliese, Bastien Escoffier, Camille Bouillet, Paolo Migliorini, and Riccardo Zorzi is going to be coming up next. And there it is, there it is. So yet that confusion has been sorted out. Red flag, less than 3 minutes. Semi-final number 2, as we already have making their way through to that grand final, is going to be Matis Gio, Francesco Capuzzo, Alessandro Tomasi, Tom Aubert, and Christopher McDonald from that semi-1, who is going to be joining them in this elimination number 3.
5 spots up for grabs in elimination number 3 in the final. So all to play for still. We can see the red flag there is flying high. So riders in this semi-final all getting ready and gearing up to get those final spots in what will be the first final of the day. So once we follow this, we move on to the woman.
And we're back, everybody. As you can see, red flag in the sky. And it is go, go, go. Yellow flag, 2 minutes. This is going fast. I mean, you know what they say, when you're having fun, time flies. And talk about flying, we have the best of the best surf slalom athletes out there in the water. Season finale. And as we said before, if Tituan Galea gets in front of Francesco Capuzzo in this elimination, he's world champ. If he doesn't, it all comes down to elimination number 4. So important he, as Tituan, needs to end up top 5 to be able to continue his world title race.
For sure he does. Yeah, he's got to get into the final, so he's got to get past the talented riders that face him in this heat here. So Tituan, you know, pressure's on his shoulders, but he deals with pressure very well. He's shown a very good competitive spirit throughout the whole of 2022, attending pretty much all of the events, both surf, freestyle, surf, slalom. He does it all and trains a lot of his time over actually in Mauritius. So spends a lot of his downtime out at surfing One Eye. I don't know if you've seen many of the videos on his socials, but boy does he surf a big wave. But right now slalom is the name of the game, and yellow flag was up. So any second now, we're going to really get underway with semi-final number 2 on elimination number 3.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And we are getting ready to go, because important heats out there on the water. As let's not forget, today is the day where we would get those championship titles. And it is all about the strategy and all about the speed. And keep your eyes on that blue and orange F1 in the middle of the pack, because if he doesn't hit top 5, it's going to come all down to elimination number 4. If he does, he continues his race as he continues on with Tituan Galea. Here it is. All right, Bastien Escoffier out there on the pack trick up top. We can see Julien Boyer and Gregorio Pugliese there. They're both the RT riders. Also, we can have Alan Fedit there with the ASF coming in on the bottom side. Nicolas Spano flying underneath. As at the moment, it looks like we have a battle in between the 2 transparent wings out there. The Patrick wing with Bastien Escoffier at the front. And then we can see the new free winger there with the Hookkeeper with Nicolas Spano, excuse me.
Yeah, Alan Fedit there as well on the red-white AFS wing. So he's sitting in 3rd position. Tituan Galea out of our screens at the moment. We've got a couple of RRDs chasing, but you can see there just behind Alan Fedit, Tituan Galea making some speed, just crawling his way back into the mix.
Yes, it is. And there is the view. There is the view. That is the fleet. That is the pack that is going to be making their way all the way up to that top left-hand corner of your screen where you can see that buoy. They have to make it all the way up there. And then when they hit that buoy that is dead center in the top of your screen, they have to pump all the way down to the one pretty much on the right-hand side where they're not allowed to use the power of the wing at all. We continue on, and here it is, here it is. as this is a very decisive moment because it can open up the can of worms that anything can happen. Find out. Let's stay tuned with this surf slalom action.
Yeah, it's brilliant to be able to have this sort of shot as well. Get the drone in the sky so that we can see it from a bird's eye view. We can see all the riders there. And it's really interesting to see that view because we can see where they turn, who makes what decision. And now out in front, Nicola Spanu followed closely. Well, I would say closely, but Adam Fedit just a little bit behind there. So plenty to play for still. And RRD, who's that RRD there? I think it's Gregorio Puglisi there. And Tituan Galea coming up and turning. It's a little bit behind, but still in top 5. So it's the 5 top positions in this semi-final that go through. So maybe Tituan's playing a little bit safe.
Yeah, maybe he is. Let's not forget, it could be Gregorio Pugliese or Camille Bouillet, who is one of the world title contenders. We have to double check. If it's number 2, it is Camille. If it's number 5, it is Pugliese. We'll try and find that one out. But definitely at the moment, there we have those 2 guys already cruising and perusing down the waist. And watch out, right-hand side, looks like Fedit. Almost losing it there, but it does look like he's on a bump.
Yeah, Fedit putting in a nice performance here. He's really working it, pumping up, down, trying to catch himself on a wave. And you can see here Nicola Spano actually going down a little bit, losing sort of the pumping momentum and actually having to get some power back into the wing. And Fedit's come out of that really nicely, making his way to the buoy now any second. There we go, 2 hands on, but Spano goes up a gear and goes back into first.
Yeah, you can see making his way around. So at the moment, Spano, Fedit. I'm just looking out the corner of my screen to see if we do see a blue and orange F1. But Tituan Galea is quite far behind. He needs to get top 5 to see if he will make it through to the final. What is going to happen? What is going to happen? So we have Spano in first. Second, we have Fedit. Third, we are going to have either Pugliese or Camille. We'll get confirmation. Fourth, we have Bastien Escoffet. And fifth, we have Ricardo Zorzi, which would mean that Tituan Galea would not be making it into the final so far. So there could be an upset. He knows what he has to do. You can see him pushing. This is going to come down to the wire. Will someone make a mistake? Will he be able to catch up? So there it is. We have Spano in first. Fedit in second. Last jive for all of these athletes.
Oh no, Joe, I don't think he's going to do it unless one of those back 3 now falls off the foil. No, it's looking like they're all crossing the line pretty much. 1, 2, 3. Thanks for coming. Tituan Galilea finishing in 6, so he doesn't make it through to the final. What is happening now?
Oh, we have to wait for confirmation, but that does look like it. Let's see if there's maybe a protest or maybe something. But as it stands out there on the screen, it does look like Tituan Galea has not made his way into the grand final. So that has just opened up the can of worms, because what that will mean is that it is going to come down to who has the better position out there in elimination number 4. Already the mixer-upper, the instigators out there, as we are going to be waiting anxiously, because coming up next, we will have the first women's heat of the day. And let's not forget Flora Asner standing up there in first. So we're waiting for information on that final. But ladies coming up next in less than 3 minutes. Flora Asner, Nia Suadias, Paolo Novotna, Oran Ceris, Bowen van der Linden, Kylie Beluva, Magdalena Spano, Lydian Sanders, Tima Flanagan, Roberta Zuini, Sofia Machetti, Rocio Rigert, Charlotte Baruzzi, and Liliana Oliveira. That is the next heat coming up. Women's, wow, that is a big upset, and we are just waiting for confirmation.
Yeah, that is a big upset, and that will change things. Francesco Capuzzo, if that is confirmed, will be chomping at the bit to get through, get the win, and take it all down to elimination 4. It's going to be really tasty. But yes, thumbs up from us and the judges. That is confirmed. So Tituan Galilea finishing in 6th position. Now, the rest of the afternoon, get comfy at home, because the world title will be crowned.
Interesting stuff. Less than 2 minutes as it continues on. It's going to come down to the last elimination as we go. But now it is the women coming out onto the water as we start with their elimination number 7 for them. 1 minute to go. We start off with the ladies. We start off with the women. And there it is. A flag, flag, flag in the sky. Green flag. So, Magdalena Spanel. I can see Bowen van der Linden. Down here, that is going to be looking like Rocio Regert from Argentina. Just waiting for confirmation. And we start to go all the way up out there. And here we have it, Magdalena Spanel and Paula Novotna, if I'm looking at the legs correctly. As she is always on that style board. And just waiting to see if this is Flora Asner or if it is Rocio Regert. Flora was out in a bikini yesterday. Is she out on the trousers today? We will have to find out. And we will try and see that a little closer as we go up and on, as they do not have the identification on her wing for some reason. I reckon that might have fallen off. So trying to get confirmation for you. But there we have it. All of our athletes making their way up. Elimination number 7 of the ladies. Here we have the top two athletes out the top. I can see Nia Swadir, so I definitely reckon this is going to be Paula Novotna or Anselis out there on the free wing. I'm going to go off on a ling and seeing how she is going. That is going to be Flora Asner there in second position. And in fourth at the moment, that is going to be Nia Swadir. Elimination number 7 of the ladies. As they make their way up, let's not forget that the girls do not have the pumping section of this competition area, so they do not have to do the pumping section of this competition area. So they are just going to push down, as we can see them here, not having to release their wing. And they are just getting this downwind. So yeah, that definitely, I reckon that definitely is going to be Flora Asner as she makes her way through. Let's not forget, Flora, if she sits and gets top 4 in the overall of this competition, she will be world champ, and also she is already in second. Oh, switching it up there, both of them trying to get out on the swell, trying to get out on the foil, and Paula navigating around that very nicely, but closely behind we can see Asner, and coming in there we can see Nia Swadir, who won all the eliminations yesterday, but Paula Novotna speeding across this final reach across the competition area to be able to continue on. All right, Paula powering her way through already. As she comes around that final buoy to make her way forward to the finish line. This will be her first race, her first surf slalom winner for her. Second position, Nia Swadir. We can see her going across the line there. And in third, Flora Asner. So there we have the top three athletes making their way across. Next up, we will have the South American Championship of the men And then once again, we will have another elimination of the ladies. The idea is to hit 11 for free, to be able to have 3 discards. And on the men, to hit 4, to be able to have 1. Elimination number 3 out there on the water at the moment as we continue on, just coming up on 1 o'clock local time. Yellow flag in the sky as we continue on. Let's have a little look and see who is going to be going out there. We have Dudu Masakato, Vinicius Martins, Goyito Estredo, Daniel Cruz, Mauro Luis, Manuel Onofre, and Antonio Correa. That is the fleet that will be going out there. Yesterday we saw a good battle in between Dudu Masakato and Vinicius Martins. And getting ready to go. Less than 2 minutes. Must be getting close to 1 minute now for the start here of the South Americans Championship. To see who is going to be crowned a South American champion at the moment. Yesterday we already saw Dudu Masakato in the lead. Second position Vinicius Martins. But we will have to see what is going to happen at the end of the day. Because as we've already seen on the men's side, anything can happen out there on the water. But looking at the overall, it does look like Vinicius Martins now is your current leader. With a little updates there on the scoring. As they get ready, here they are coming towards us. Elimination number 3, South Americans. And then we will go up one more time with another heat of the ladies. And here we can see already pushing forward. Out there on the Vayu, powering his way through. You can see there Vinicius Martins in the second, just waiting for confirmation on some of these athletes. Trying to see names out there because unfortunately we don't have the information of the equipment they will be using. I do know the Cabrina is Vinicius Martins. Out there on the duotone was Dudu Masakato. But unfortunately information has not been passed on to us here, so we do apologize for that. I can see Goyito Estredo most probably out there at the moment. And definitely looking, your leader going down out there at the top, unfortunately. He was doing so well. I'm waiting. There is a little bit of confusion out there, everybody. I do apologize for this. We are trying to get the information in, but unfortunately we have not been given that. So we are just going to have to enjoy some of the images of these athletes making their way through. And if this is correct, that is going to be Goyito Estredo. You can see him out there on the RRD. So he is starting to ride forward after coming in second position on the overall. All right, so welcome back, everybody, as we continue on. Coming up next, we will have the final of this elimination number 3 out on the water. So we are going to be seeing Matis Gio, Nicola Spano, Francesco Capuzzo, Alan Fedit, Alessandro Tomasi, Camille Bouyer, Tom Aubert, Bastien Escoffet, Christopher McDonald, and Ricardo Zorzi. There you can see the red flag in the sky. Less than 3 minutes to the start of the final here of elimination number 3. There it is, yellow flag in the sky. Less than 2 minutes to the start of this grand finale, where we will see a very important moment for the other 3 contenders, Francesco Capuzzo, Matis Gio, and Camille Bouyer. As there it is, 1 minute to go, because this is the opportunity to start to get some points up on Tituan. as at the moment it is Tituan overall in first position. Second position, we have Francesco Capuzzo. And third position, we have Matis Gio with fifth, Camille Boyer. Those are your 4 title contenders. So with this elimination, that can all get mixed up. And let's not forget, basically, it's going to come down to who is in front of who to see who is going to be the world champ as they're starting to make their way forward. As I can see that pack starting to come closer and closer. Keep your eyes out on the water. Final coming your way. Very important moment for our title contenders. And we're off. There it is, green flag. So out in front, we have Bastien Escoffet. There we can see Tom Aubert there with the duotone. On the inside once again, Matos Gio powering through, and Nicolas Spanu ended up 4th in the last final, and he is pushing his way here in this one. And Christopher McDonald also in amongst the mix there. Francesco Capuzzo, I think, if I'm not mistaken, is a little bit further back. But as we've said in every single one of these races, it ain't how you start, it's how you finish. And what Francesco is definitely going to want to do is finish in front of Matis Gio or Camille Bouillet or any of those 3 together with Matis Gio. Are going to want to finish in front of each other because that could give them more possibilities. But wow, already starting off with power. Once again, the Ocean Rodeo French rider.
Yeah, looking super, super solid out there. So really interesting to see how this one will play out because all still to play for. So here we have the riders out on our screen right now. We can see Chris McDonald there on the blue F1 wing, chasing the pack. Matis Gio there on your right-hand side. Alessandro Tomasi in the middle, and I believe Tom Aubert over on the left. Interesting here, Joe. How will this play out? Because they're all sort of, you can see the way they're shaped out now, they've all taken a different approach to this. And this moment here is where we start to find out sort of who our top riders are.
Yeah, you can see uncharacteristically Francesco Capuzzo a little bit slow there on the inside. But it looks like Spano, Gio and Escoffet are the 3 men to be going down. But this pumping section is where a lot of it is decided, because these boys are probably out on very small foils. We said that most of them have been out on the 500s, and we saw Gio before actually go down in that last heat. Tomasi, can see Fedit there as well, and there is Francesco Capuzzo. You can't quite see the difference in amongst the mix there. And Akaita just looking to get sliced apart if he gets in the way. All right, Gio looks like he's down. Bastien pumping away. Also going down. Gio here on the inside. Oh, this is going to mix it up. Maybe it's come down to strategy. Has Francesco gone on a bigger foil? He is here on the inside, trying to get past the rest of the boys. There he is. All right, so Gio already pushing forward. Francesco wants to finish in front of Camille and in front of Tituan, which he already has done in this one, to have more possibilities, because he kind of is the second best on the overall at the moment, coming in second today. So this could be a very important moment for him. But as we saw before, anything can change as we have the final legs coming up. I'm looking forward to seeing that overall ranking after this elimination.
Yeah, we'll sure spice things up. Look at Alan Fedit there, just sort of playing with the wing above him. You can see, is that Capuzzo there in 3rd position. It'll be good to see the helmet colour once we can visually see. But Matis out in front. Fedit there just cruising around. First is Matis, second Fedit. Confirmation is Capuzzo in 3rd position. So there are our top 3 as they come towards the finish line now.
Important race there for Capuzzo. Very important race. He's come in front of Camille. A little bit of a pop there from Bastien. He's come in front of Camille in that one. Come behind Gio, but Gio is a lot further away than Camille when it comes to the world title race. So definitely important race there for him. Getting a third position. Still waiting for confirmation on that one. But he definitely came across the line third. Unless something happened throughout the race, that is what it's going to be. As we continue on, and we're going to be going now into the elimination number 8 of the women. All right, so there we have our ladies starting to get ready as we have women's elimination at number 8 coming our way. 2 minutes to go as that yellow flag is in the sky. And here it is. We are off with the women. Madalena Spanish, she always does have a good start, but then unfortunately goes down. Oh, letting out of the wing there. Here we can see Flora Asner powering through. Nia Suarez there, also in third. And it looked like, if I'm not mistaken, Liam, that Kylie Belouv was out there in fourth.
Yes, Flora sort of steaming out in first. That's the shot we want there. We can see Flora out in first. A little bit of a battle of fourth between Paula Novotna and Kylie. So plenty to play for. Nia's just making some ground on Flora now. And Madalena Spanu sitting in third. Paula now fourth. Kylie fifth. So there are our top 5 as this first sort of section of the course gets underway. And now we can see the riders putting in their turns. Flora putting in it slightly earlier than Nia. Paula and Flora turning at the same point, but Nia blasting very much upwind. So this is where it gets interesting. We can also see Aran Sarix there on the sort of starboard air rush wing, the orange and the blue, who's also put in a turn. So yeah, decisions and places not yet decided, because this is where we sort of get a better picture.
Yeah, I mean, it always does come to that upwind mark. Let's have a little look at the overall. Yesterday, we had Nia Suarez won every single elimination, but she has not won that elimination number 7 that we just had before. So has mixed things up a little bit. We will have to see what is going to be happening at the end of the day, because she pretty much has to win the event, which she is looking like she's in a very solid place to be able to do so. But Flora needs to end up 5th. And at the moment, Flora is in 3rd position overall. So I think, you know, Nia, the best thing she can do is just go for the wing and hope that either Flora trips up or some of the other athletes are able to go in front of her.
Yeah, Nia's just got to keep putting in the W's on every elimination she can possibly do. And then at least then she can leave the event knowing that she did all she possibly could. But look at Flora out in front, absolutely flying. Nice distance there. We can see in 2nd place Madalena Spano, who's putting in a good performance across the slalom races so far. So it's looking comfortable here for Flora, but yet to get to that downwind pumping track. And that is where, you know, a few toys can get thrown out the pram and it can mix things up a little bit.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's always good. This is what we want. We want there to be drama. We want there to be emotion at the season finale, and we've seen it on the surf freestyle, and it looks like we're seeing it on the surf slalom as we do continue on. Flora Asner in the lead, and this is definitely going to help her chances on the points because, you know, like I said, if she ends up top 4, she is the new world champ.
Yes, and our world champions for slalom will be crowned later on this afternoon. There is the shot. Flora on the right, Madalena Spano just there on the Gastra wing on the left-hand side. Not quite sure who's sitting in those important 3, 4 and 5th positions, but we'll be able to let you guys know very shortly. And there we have it. We can see Kitley there on the blue and pink Cocoon wing. Oran Cerise there behind. Not sure where Paola Novotná is on this heat either.
Not looking like she's at the top at the moment, and it looks like someone further down there. I have a feeling that might even be Nia. We're just waiting for confirmation. There's Paola, so I reckon that down duotone was going to be Nia, as it looks like we have Flora Asner is definitely going to be in 1st, and there on your screen, that is Magdalena Spano. You can see her out there on the Gastra cross. And we will have to see doing very well here, Magdalena Spano. This is going to be one of her best performances yet.
Yeah, putting in a good performance here. Nice to see as well. It's good then when we see sort of a little mix-up, and there Flora pumping around as she comes towards the zigzag section. So towards the end of the course now, only one more boy to go before she crosses the line. So looking like a 1st position there. You can see the boat with the blue flag on your left-hand side of the screen. That is the finish line. Flora in 1st, Madalena 2nd, Oran Cerise overtaking Kitley for 3rd position. 4th is Kitley, 5th, can't quite see it yet, but that rider will come into our shot very shortly.
Yeah, I think by the looks of it, there we can see, yeah, Flora going 1st. By the looks of it, out the corner of our booth over here, hopefully we'll be able to see, because there is a battle in between the 2 duotones for that 5th position. Paola, it is Paola and Nia. Nia slightly in front. Here we can see Oran Cerise making her way through. So this could be a decisive moment, because let's not forget these 2 girls are the 2 that have and are into this world title race. Paola powering around. We have a battle. Oh, they are pushing. Is it going to be enough? But it does look like, oh, it's going to be a close one. I'm going to leave that to the judges, as we don't have that side view. But that was a very tight race in between the ladies. And now we're going to see how that is going to mix up and muddle on the overall ranking. As coming up next, we are now going to be going into elimination number 4 of the men, where heat number 1 is going to be Francesco Capuzzo, Camille Boyer, Tituan Galea, Chucho Nunot, Victor Habusik, Paolo Migliolini, Noe Cuyala, and Luca Gasperini. That is heat number 1, elimination 4, which is going to be coming up very shortly. And there we can see an AP flag in the sky, as I'm just waiting to see information on that. Normally, as it is a change in elimination, we will have the racing committee out there on the committee boat telling us who is going to be in the next elimination of the surf slalom, so all the athletes know that which heat they're going to be in. As we said before, heat number 1 of the men, Francesco Capuzzo, Camille Bouillet, Tituan Galea, Chucho Nonot, Victor Habuzik, Paolo Migliorini, Noe Cuyana, Luca Gasperini. That is going to be your heat number 1. Elimination number 4. And we are just waiting for confirmation on when that starting procedure is going to be. And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like that AP flag is already down, which normally 1 minute will be going up to red flag, as I'm just waiting for that communication from the committee boat. And there it is, elimination number 4 is about to get away. As there we can have that red flag, less than 3 minutes to start, yellow less than 2 minutes to start. As we have all of the athletes starting to get ready, as heat number 1 will be coming our way. And let's not forget important heats out there on the water. As if Tituan Galea is able to get his way back, he will be able to get that world title. But Francesco Capuzzo and Camille Bouillet are in the mix and ready to rumble, especially after Tituan being kicked out earlier than expected in that last round. And looking at the overall ranking now after that elimination, Tituan Galea in first with a 12.4. In second, we have Francesco Capuzzo with a 10. And Matis Gio in third with a 10.07. Very, very close in between these athletes, as that is your top 3 on the overall ranking. So anything can happen, anything can happen. Elimination number 4, very important. Very, very important to see who will become the new GWA Surf Slalom Wingfoil World Champion. And there it is. We are off. We are off. As we continue on. Here we have the South Americans starting to push forward. There we can see Vinicius Martins and Dudu Masakato for this South American Championship heat. Once again, these two guys have been battling it out throughout the whole competition. And let's see how they're going to be after this elimination. This is going to be elimination number 3 for them. And then we will start off with elimination number 4 of the men with heat number 1. So Dudu Masakato in first, Vinicius Martins one more time in second. Let's have a little look at the overall standings. Yes, Vinicius Martins is in the lead on the South American, as he is quite far forward when it comes to Dudu Masakato. But we will have to have a little look-see after this race. They are very close together. You can see on the right the Cabrina with the X3 on the bottom side turning first. That is Dudu there with the D-Lab. And the green board, the Green Hornet, as we will call him, as it looks like he is going to be making that top mark first. And let's see if there's going to be a mix-up to see, because there will be also 4 eliminations for them, which meaning 1 discard of their worst result will only get it even more and more interesting. And Dudu making it easily down here on this downwind section, where difference to the men, they don't have to, the men open category, they do not have to use the pumping section, they can use their wing. And it looks like Vinicius has made up some space and taking him in on the inside. And we have a battle once again, both of these guys very, very close in between them. And here we can see them all the way across. Dudu on the underside, on the downwind side, overtaking, as they are so close in between the two of them. South American Championship elimination number 3. And these two guys are battling it out in between them to see who is going to take that first position when we will get the updated rankings. Vinicius here. Will he be going on the inside? No, trying to take it on the outside. Dudu slowing down. Is he going to get that inside one? The little sneakeroo. Yes, he does. Oh! Goes down on the final turn. Leaving it smooth sailing here for Vinicius. Exciting stuff, exciting stuff. Vinicius Martins going through the finish line. Oh, that is racing, that is racing. As we continue on, next up will be heat number 1 of the men, where we will see out there on the water. Let me get my notes here. Just waiting for this one to load. Heat number 1 of the men, elimination number 4. Heat number 1, Francesco Capuzzo, Camille Bouyer, Tituan Galea, Chucho Nunot, Victor Habuzik, Paolo Migliorini, Noé Cuyana, Lucas Gasperini, and Clement Rosseo. That is coming up next. Heat number 1, elimination number 4, ladies and gentlemen. And we continue on, as we can see, the fleet of the elimination number 4 of the men are starting to get ready. As we just saw there, Paolo Novotny take the win on that last women's elimination, waiting for results to come in to see how that overall standing is doing, because at the moment it was coming into this day, we saw Nia Suarez and Flora Asner in first and second, with Paolo in third, and now let's see if that's going to make a difference. But now it is going to be time for that elimination number 4, heat number 1, which is going to be Francesco Capuzzo, Camille Bouillet, Tituan Galea, the 3 world title contenders, Chucho Nunot, Victor Habusik, Paolo Migliorini, Noé Cuyala, Luca Gasperini, and Clément Rossero. That is going to be the heat coming up next. Heat number 1, elimination 4 here of the Surf Slalom GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. Alright, so I can see the fleet starting to go close to that committee boat, as there is going to be a change in the course, I have been informed. So now there is going to be 1 extra mark just as that finish line, and then they are going to come flying towards us. So there's going to be 1 extra mark put in to the mix for this elimination number 4, where they are going to be able to finish straight onto camera. So we will see the white in their eyes and we will see the grins in their faces, because it all comes down to that final elimination as the world title is up for grabs. And just waiting to see the flags on the committee boats, as I know they are changing the buoy for there to be a coming onto, so let's say a coming towards us finish, where we'll be able to see him, and we can see there it is, the jet ski, okay, with one more mark. So yep, we are on standby at the moment, as they are just doing a change in the course, and it looks like I just got information in about 5 minutes we will be restarting competition with elimination number 4. Alright, and we're back. Elimination number 4 on the way. They've changed the course a little bit, meaning we're going to have a finish coming towards us, where we will see the grins of our athletes. This will be the final elimination for the men, as we are only going to be doing 4 elimination of the men, meaning they will have 1 discard, and the idea is to get to elimination number 11 of the women, so they will be able to have 3 discards. We will find out if we will be able to do that one, but at the moment, we're going to be going into elimination number 4, heat number 1. Francesco Capuzzo, Camille Bouyer, Tituan Galea, Chucho Nunot, Victor Habusik, Paolo Migliorini, Noé Cuyala, Luca Gasperini, and Clement Roseo.
big names up in this heat here. But like as always, top 5 go through to the next heat. So, you know, some good positions up for grabs. But yeah, interesting with the addition of the little section towards the end where they'll be coming in towards our judges. Joe, do you reckon that little turn there is going to have any impact on the course itself?
I mean, we haven't seen many photo finishes on that last leg. It's always been kind of one rider further forward than the other. But, you know, hey, one more jibe, one more possibility of people falling off. We will have to find out. All right, so now this is important moments out there on the water. Here we have Tituan Galea pushing through. He is going to be there with Noe Cuyana already making his way forward. So there we have Tituan and that is number 2. That is Camille. There we can see Chucho not on the mode. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be Francesco Capuzzo appearing on the bottom half there.
Yeah, Capuzzo with the orange helmet. You can just about see it through the windows in that wing just a second ago. But Tituan first at the moment. Chuchu behind, and then a little RRD battle between Camille and Francesco. We can see here as well. We've got, who's this? We've got on the AFS wing.
And here we have all of the athletes pushing forward, making their way all the way up to the top. As we continue on, let's see who is going to be able to make their way up. Because that was Victor Habusik on the AFS win. Just double checking the information there, as we cannot see, unfortunately, the numbers on their wings from this distance. But we are getting close to the action, because at the moment, it looks like once again Tito battle in between Tituan Calea, Camille Bouillet and Francesco Capuzzo.
There we have the pair of them, the 2 RRD teammates, Camille Bouillet and Francesco Capuzzo. So coming up now towards, well, the pumping track is sort of the next big statement on this section of the course. So once they go around up here, you'll see them turn and then head towards that pumping track, which is where we normally see it mix up a little bit there. We can see Tituan Galilea in first position there.
All right, Tomasi here also. But that is Chucho, and let's see who is going to be making their way down as they are pushing forward. As we can see Francesco Capuzzo there as well. And if I'm not mistaken, even though it doesn't say on the elimination ladder here, that is definitely Alessandro Tomasi. So either he has been added afterwards or there is a mix-up there. So that is 100% Alessandro Tomasi. And here we can see Tituan Galea having to use this pumping track, but he has done that with ease. And Francesco Capuzzo is going to be wanting to try and finish ahead of him or ahead of the other athletes, but has to be careful to make sure that they do not fall down, because let's not forget, this is a crucial moment out there on the water for them. So in this heat number 1, basically what Francesco and Camille wants to do is end up in top 5.
Yeah, top 5 is where he wants to be. He wants to take it all the way to the end, give Tituan a run for his money. And we can see there Alessandro Tomasi on that sort of clear NSYS wing, powering through quite nicely. So, but yeah, plenty to play for. So like I said, big names in this heat. And there on our screens, Tituan, first position, going really nicely through that pumping track. He's looking well and truly in command.
He certainly is. And here we can see him finishing off Tituan Galea. What a good display out there on the water. And we're just awaiting confirmation to see what is going to be happening and to see who is going to be taking this world title home. So we're waiting for confirmation, But without a doubt, Tituan Galea has taken that one home. And just having a little look at the update as that course has been changed. Let's see who is going to be making it through to the final, because if Francesco is not in the mix there, that would be probably the first big upset. And Alessandro Tomasi wasn't on our sheets, but was out there on the water. So there we can see the athletes making their way in. And I am hitting the old refresh to see elimination results being updated. And we will get them to you very shortly, but unfortunately it looks like they are not there as we continue on. So coming up next, we will have out in the water is going to be Alan Fedit. Alessandro Tomasi was supposed to be in that second heat, so I wonder if he made the mistake. Riccardo Zorzi, Sebastiano Zorzi, Clement Hamon, Xavier Kor, Dudu Masakato, Mauro Lewis, and Malo Genole.
Yeah. So nice shot of all our athletes raring and ready to go before the next one gets underway. So let's just talk a little bit about the conditions themselves and how they've picked up a little bit since the course has been relayed. And we can see there the drone, the hawk in the sky. That's our competition site there. That's where we are in one of those booths there, loving life in Brazil. You can see plenty of wings pumped up on the beach. We're looking at about 5.5 meter wings at the moment our athletes are using. Yes, 55 litres seems to be sort of the go-to board size around that margin, but yeah, plenty of choice, and there they are on the water getting ready. Red flag is up in the sky, so soon we will be underway with the next heat. And there we can see Mattis Gio on our screens. He has been looking fast from start to finish. Very interesting heats yesterday as well with Capuso, where they sort of had a little clash, but today, you know, putting on a very, very good show. It's all systems go down here at Taiba, Brazil. Still yet to crown our Surf Slalom World Champions. That will be decided today, and that is going to be between quite a few of the males. We've got Tituan Galea up for grabs with Francesco Capuso. It'll be interesting to see where Francesco finished in that last heat, because that could stir things up a little bit. And then on the women's side, Flora Artsner is in a very good position, just needs to finish 4th or above, and she will take the title as well, because let's not forget Flora also took the Surf Freestyle title here in Taiba, Brazil. Paula Novotná was crowned the world champion, but Flora is coming off the back of a win, so feeling confident. And there we have the yellow flag in the sky, so very shortly we will be underway with the next heat here in Taiba, Brazil.
Well, we are still waiting for results on that heat number 1, because it looks like there was a few mix-ups as Alessandro Tomasi was in the water when he shouldn't be, because he should have been in heat number 2. So we're waiting for information on that, and just waiting to see the overall results coming up. As you can see, yellow flag in the sky. We're going to be going into that heat number 2. And we are just about, I can see on the chat here, that they are just having a look at those results and double checking on the video, because there was definitely a little bit of a mix-up. 1 minute to go for heat number 2, elimination number 4.
So conditions wise out there, just before we get underway with this heat, we're looking at about sort of, I would say about 20 knots there. Joe, you've just popped your head out of the window. What does it feel like? Has it picked up since this morning?
It definitely looks windy out there. You can see some of the guys actually gone down to 5s and 4.5s now. It does feel windier, but hey, it is 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which is normally when the wind starts to pick up. What a way for this season finale to end with epic conditions, and it is getting fast out there for the Surf Slalom. Now heat number 2 just about to come towards us. Sticking the head out the window here, it looks like they are going to be going through that start line very shortly.
Shortly indeed. And the other big change up that we will see is high tide is fast approaching. High tide, right, local time right now is 5 to 2. So high tide is 2:40, if I remember rightly from earlier. 2:40 high tide. So we'll see a little bit of water movement, a little bit of water change. But right now, bang, green flag goes up. We are underway with the next heat here in the men's.
And they're off, they're off. So let's have a little look here. Who's going to be out there? As we can see there, Axel Gerard on the bottom, Sebastiano Zorzi, Riccardo Zorzi. Looking like also Nicolas Spanun. As they continue on, just waiting for confirmation, as some of the athletes have changed up their wings, making it a little bit hard. I can definitely say the grey free wing out there, that is Xavi Kor. And Alessandro Tomasi is in the water one more time, but I wonder if he's going to get penalized for being in the middle of that heat number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see what our judges do, because it definitely might have stirred things up a little bit. An extra person on the water where they shouldn't be, you know, might have a little penalisation there. But let's wait and see. We are still, like you mentioned, waiting for those scores to fire our way. But it definitely looks like Alan Fedit might be out there as well. Joe out in front on the sort of the whitey ready wing. But let's just wait and see. We'll get confirmation on that one.
Yeah, it is. We are waiting for confirmation. But yes, I think you're right. It does look like Alan Fedit. Unfortunately, some of the athletes, they've had new wings brought, came just with some of their orders, and they do not have the numbers on there. It's very hard to identify them from all the way at this distance. We have spotters at the different buoys getting us that information, so hopefully we'll be able to know. And there, yeah, while the Rastas say it, that is definitely Alan Fedit out there as he is pushing through heat number 2, and we're still waiting for results on that heat number 1 to see who has gone through to the next round. Crucial moments, because let's not forget, World Championship title race up for grabs there.
So let's just talk a little bit about that while we've got this upwind leg going on this heat. If Francesco Capuzzo hasn't hit top 5 there, will that spice things up a little bit, or are we still waiting to hear a little bit? So men's scenarios, what have we got?
Well, basically, at the moment, as Tituan didn't win elimination number 3, it spiced it all up. It's all up in the air.
It's all mix it up.
Absolutely. Basically, what happens is who gets out in front. Who gets out in front in the end is pretty much going to be the one that makes the difference. There are a few little scenarios, very little possibilities in there, but are going to be changing each heat. I know the race crew is doing all of the maths as we speak, and we will just wait and find out. But yeah, as this elimination comes on, pretty much it comes down to who is going to be in front of who in that final, if they make it to that final, because we're still waiting for results on that Heat 1 where Francesco was competing.
Yeah, and it was definitely tight because he was coming sort of through with, you know, a handful of riders at the same time. And when Alessandro Tomasi shouldn't have been in there, that might have mixed it up a little bit. But back to this heat right now, we can see that rider himself, Alessandro Tomasi, on the right-hand side. Fedit putting in a good performance. He's done rather nicely on these pumping tracks, Joe. He's always sort of performed. The last heat he was in came out, I think, of that sort of pumping area in first position. And again, here, comes out leading the Wolf Pack. So, Alan Fedit charging out in front while all the others are still working the legs.
Yeah, he's seen this before. He knows the surf. He utilizes the wave, gets the set, and once again just demonstrating complete control over the fall. And this is definitely going to be a good result for him and the old confident booster. Because let's not forget, let's have a little look. Alan Fedit at the moment on the overall standings is in 10th position. He finished second in elimination number 3. And now it seems like he is on top form. A little bit of style there on this second to last buoy turn as he makes his way along. Your leader, Alan Fedit.
Yeah, nice to see a little bit of style here, having fun. One person that does show incredible style that unfortunately isn't here at the moment, with the old wing passes around the back, flicking them around here, there and everywhere, is the famous Bows Mula. Unfortunately not able to join us here in Taiba, but back to the action here. We can see Xavi Cor in the middle of these two riders here. Top 5 will be going through to the next round, and as they glide elegantly around that buoy, making their way towards the finish line.
Yeah, both of them as they have that last try, but making his way across, who's going to appear on our screen. There we have Fedit.
A bit of airtime.
Taking the win with some airtime there. Elimination at number 4, heat number 2. As we continue on, because coming up next, we will have heat number 3. Bastian Escoffet, Nicolas Spano, Gregorio Pugliese, Vinicius Martins, Paolo Giacomo Brunelli, Max Robinson, Manuel Paula, Antonio Correa, and Axel Gerard. They are coming up next.
Okay, back to the action. Red flag is in the air for the next heat in the men's division. So, big names on this one. Red flag goes up, not long left. Soon will be the yellow, followed by the green. And then it is systems go, go, go. We can see all our riders there in this next elimination round, just sort of circling the boat like a pack of sharks, some piranha style around there. But we are still waiting for those results from the first elimination, so that could really spice that up still.
Yeah, and I can see here on the group. So yes, there's going to be a resale of heat number 1. It's going to be a resale of heat number 1 from what I've been told here. So in theory, we will be having heat number 1 repeated now, as it was saying it was going to be after heat number 2, which we just saw. So we're just waiting total confirmation on that. It looks like there was definitely a mix-up. So yes, there we can see heat number 1 is going to be repeated. As we said, there was definitely some confusions out there on the water. And there it is, yellow flag, less than 2 minutes. 2 minutes to go. Alright, so there it is. No flag, meaning less than a minute. So from what the information I have here on our intercom is saying, we will be doing the resale of heat number 1, which would be the heat of Francesco Capusa, Camille Bouillet, Tituan Galea, Tuccio Nunot, Victor Havuski, Paolo Migolini, Noé Cuyala, Luca Gasperini, and Clément Rosseo. So that, in theory, is what is going to be coming up now, as we are just waiting. And I'm trying to see out of my screen, and yeah, I reckon seeing the ones that are out the back there. That should be what is happening, but we will soon find out.
Yeah, can always throw a little bit of confusion in the mix when we have some restarts, because the riders are out there. But look, up goes the green flag. So here we go. We are in the mix now with the next heat on the water. So let's try and get a little bit of an idea of who is in first position. Oh, look at some speed. Nicolas Spanu there coming out of nowhere. So off we go. Round the first buoy. A little bit of a battle. I believe that was Bastien Escofet who is leading. Nicolas Spanu in second position.
All right, just popped out there. Yes, there was a bit of miscommunication. This is heat number 3 before we go back to heat number 1. So there we can see Spano in first, Bastien Escofet in second, Vinicius Martins in third, and in fourth position, that is looking like it's going to be Max Robinson. So those are your top 4 athletes. We do apologize for the confusion, but obviously it looks like something went wrong in that heat number 1, and we want to keep this as fair as possible for all of the athletes. But the best thing is, no matter what heat it is, we have action out there on the water, as we have the world title contenders already still alive, as this is going to be a battle to the end, I reckon, Liam.
That is the thing. If there's world titles on the line, we need to, keep all attention onto the water. Everything needs to be right, because there is so much at stake. So world title scenarios are in the mix. So like I said, we will be going back and doing that heat again. But for now, we are on the third elimination of this current elimination round.
Yeah, and there it is, confirmation. So this is heat 3. After this, we're going to be doing heat 1, and then 4, 5, and 6, which is the up until the last semi-final of the men. So that is the heat order, and at the moment it looks like this man there, Nicolas Spanu, is already nice and comfortably in front. And repeating that heat number 1, that is going to make it interesting, because 3 of the top contenders on the title are in that first heat.
Yeah, no wonder we had to sort of redo it, because it is so tight at the top. And we can see there Nicolas Spanu out in front, gaining some nice ground here on the nice clear wing there. Some very interesting to see all the colours, all the different sort of constructions that we've got out there. And as we make it now through onto the pumping track, we can see Bastien Escofet there on your left-hand side in third position. So the RRD rider, I believe, of Gregorio Puglisi is sitting in second there, pumping along behind Nicola.
Yeah, Gregorio also a very talented athlete. He is in 4th overall at the moment. Silent but deadly, Gregorio. And he is very good on the waves and on the surf freestyle as well. And you can see him really using and being able to pump that one away. But watch out, Axel Gerard in the back coming through there, Liam.
Yeah, nice. Caught a nice wave there at the right time, pumping his way just through that one. Interesting to see if he nips his way into 3rd position, because all these riders will be powering up in a second, getting their hands back onto the wing, as we can see Axel doing so there. I think he might actually slip into 2nd. Oh no, can't quite get the acceleration off the line there.
Yeah, there you can see out there on the ASF gear, really pushing himself through it at such a young age. Very talented young man. He is in between 2 very fast athletes, because you can see Bastien Escoffet there behind him. But this man on your screen, Nicolas Spanel, really out in front in this heat. Yeah,
he's showing good speed from the start to the finish, and pretty much all the heats he's been in as well. Not just this one. He's showed some good speed, nice control. I don't think he's ever come off his foil during a heat as well. So a force to be reckoned with. When you see his name in the gridlock, in the starting lineup, you definitely think, oh, we've got a battle on our hands here.
Yeah, we certainly do. You can see them really pushing themselves to the end. Elimination number 4, heat number 3, and after this back to that heat number 1. Here we can see that final boy turn, because it has changed, as they are going to be finishing off straight front and center towards us, just to make it a little bit more excited and to get that shot where we can see the grin on their faces as they go past that finish line. Yeah,
that's the shot that us up in the booth want, and you guys at home want to see as well. Pure emotion there on that shot. So when it starts to get towards those final stages on the semi-finals and the final heats, both with the men and the women's, it is a great shot for us. And there we can see Gregorio taking it nice and easy as he finishes into the top 5. Let's remember, it's not about finishing 1st or 2nd in these elimination heats. Top 5 gets you through, so we do tend to see the top riders in each elimination round sort of take it a little bit easy when they get towards the back end of the boys, because they don't need to try anything silly, do they, Joe?
No, not absolutely. You don't want to be trying anything silly until you get into that final, because it is all up for grabs out there. Let's not forget, on the ladies' side, Flora O'Neill needs to end up top 4 if she wants to take the win. She is already there at the moment. But things can change, because they are going for those 11 eliminations for those 3 discards. But now we are going to be continuing on as we're going to go back to heat number 1, eyes on the committee boat for that red flag. And thank you for the information there, guys, as we just grabbed that. So it looks like we are less than a minute to the start of this heat number 1, as we have a rerun. So Francesco Capuzzo, Camille Bouyer, Tituan Galea, Chucho Nunot, Victor Habosic, Paolo Migliorini, Noe Cuyala, Luca Gasperini, and Clement Rosseo. They are getting ready to go. And now let's see, there on the dark blue and orange, that is Tituan Galea. And there we can see at the top also Noe Cuyala as they're going here. Start to speed. We'll go.
Yeah, we can see Capuzzo there on the right on that RRD. That definitely is him. I saw the orange helmet before he set off. Tituan Galea on that F1, sort of blue and orange. Chucho not getting caught in the middle there on that north mode. And it's starting to open itself up now as the riders go around the first buoy. We can see Tituan in first, Chucho in second, and in third, I believe. Do you know who that F1 is there?
Yeah, that is the youngster Noe Cuyalo, and he is battling it out there to try and defend that 3rd position from Camille and from Francesco Capuzzo. And this is actually a lot tighter race than we saw before, because they are pretty much neck and neck, all of them. Let's see, it is going to come down to those tacks to see who has the better strategy.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mind game here. I think maybe you can see Tituan out in front. There he is, Noah out there on his own, pulled the turn early, sort of pumping past a little bit of swell there. Interesting tactic. He went super duper early there. Now on his own, lone wolf out there, and there are the 2 title contenders, Francesco Capuzzo following the slipstream of Tituan.
Yeah, he is hard on his heels as he knows that man in front of him is the one that is giving him the most headache to be able to go for that world title, and vice versa as well, because Tituan knows that Francesco is also the one that has the biggest possibilities. They need to finish pretty much one in front of the other to see what is going to happen as the scenarios are starting to close down. But at the moment, both of these guys need to keep making it through rounds if they want to have a battle out in the grand finale. And there we can see all of them making their way up. Tituan, the first man to turn. Let's see what Francesco does here. Going past a little bit as he comes down. Even getting more distance. Tituan putting on a very solid race.
Oh, hang on a minute, Joe. We got Francesco Capuzzo putting up a gear, gone up a shift.
Yeah, there we can see Francesco already turned around, and Camille pushing his way down there, number 2, as he is also one of the title contenders. So now it starts to get interesting. This is what you want to see for a final elimination.
Yeah, it's down the pumping track there. We can see now Francesco coming back into the screen. So first, Tituan. Second, Camille. Third, Francesco Capuzzo, pumping hard around the back there. But will one of these riders catch a wave which could just nip them ahead of one another?
Oh, absolutely. They're coming very closely together. Francesco here on the outside. No, I mean, both of these boys, they're probably not going to push too hard, as they know this is heat number 1. You don't want to be going down. And then the 2 teammates. But it is Tituan one more time who is taking that lead. And here we have Francesco and Camille, I reckon, even talking to each other from what I can see.
Yeah, you can see that they're sort of taking it easy. They're probably looking over their shoulders. There's not much going on behind them. So you can definitely see from the body language and sort of the effort that they're putting into it right now. They're just sort of chilling out a little bit. You can sort of see that I think Camille's back foot isn't even in the strap. So just sort of relaxing. Wing sort of quite high above their head. So when it's high above their head like that, they're not engaging as much power. You sort of see when they bring that wing a little bit lower towards the back of their body, they start to lean back against the wind. That's where they're really generating it. And again, Tituan looking super chill there. Top 5 positions. It's looking pretty comfortable for these guys.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they don't want to have any unforced errors because, these are the top 3 contenders for the title. And pretty much, they're just going to be chilling it out, making it through to the semis like they already have. And then when it comes to that final, if they can make it through to one more round, then that's when we're going to see the foils really sharpen and going cutthroat out there.
Yeah, cutthroat indeed. That's when it's going to get a little bit spicy. So I do hope that they make it to there, because then it really will be a juicy heat where it's anyone's game and titles are on the line. So Tituan there on your screen. You can see in the distance as well the next heat getting ready once these guys complete the course. So it's back-to-back action here. There are no breaks here.
We ain't messing around. We are cooking with gas now, and we ain't here for a haircut, as they would say down under, as we continue on in this heat. It is going to be Tituan Galea who has taken the win. Second position, Camille, and third position, Francesco. So those boys are going to be happy, making it through to that semi-final number 1, where they will join Alan Fedit, Riccardo Zorzi, Alessandro Tomasi, Clement Hamon, and Sebastiano Zorzi. But then for semi-final number 2, we are now going to be going into heat number 4. Heat number 4, which is going to be Mathis Gio, Tom Aubert, Christopher McDonald, Oscar Leclerc, Lilian Juppert, Daniel Cruz, Julien Boyer, Sergio Pereira, and Maxime Chablo.
So there it is, yellow flag flying high in the sky. So this heat is going to get underway. Elimination number 4 for the men, heat number 4. So some solid riders in this heat, and there goes down the yellow flag. So really not long now until this one gets underway. Matis Gio, one of the riders in this one, super fast, always comes out the gates early. He is the rider on the Ocean Rodeo that you can see just slightly on your screen there, sort of orangey red helmet, a Lula material on that Ocean Rodeo wing. So just talk to us, Joe. This Lula material, we see it across the Ocean Rodeo wings. We've seen Duotone introduce it now. The RRD Gold wings that Capuzzo and the Boyer brothers are rocking. You know, give us a little insight into this sort of material and why maybe we're seeing a lot of them use it.
Well, basically, it's a new material. It's been around for a while, but we've started to see it pop up probably after the last few years, because one of the main problems was it was actually stitching it, because it is such a strong material. It was actually, you know, the material itself wasn't breaking. What was breaking around were the seams and were the kites around it, because there was two stiffness differences. Now a lot of development has been put into it, and we can see it appearing on a lot of the brands. And then also, let's not forget, we have the Hokipo material, which is a similar one. We have the N-Weave from North. Basically, what the brands are looking for is for their equipment to be lighter, for it to be stronger, and for it to be stiffer, because, you know, in the end, it's like the bones of the wings, where you can see the Alula, which is on the inflatable edge. So, you know, imagine a body. If your bones are super strong, super solid, but light, you're going to be able to get the most direct feeling. If they are too brittle, they'll break. If they're too bendy, you won't be able to engage. So you need to find that, you know, nice medium, and it definitely looks like with that material, Ocean Rodeo is killing it, as you know, and a lot of the other brands like we see there with RRD and Duotone, really interesting. And it is kind of where the sport is going. We can see not so many big design differences from year to year, but construction seems to be where the R&D is definitely getting placed.
Yeah, and that material now as well starting to get introduced into also the side of kite surfing. So yeah, like you said, I think construction-wise, that's where we see sort of, say, the same in designs, and the materials now is where we're seeing a lot of change, both on the sort of leading edge and also with the canopies. But back now to the two guys on your screen. On the right-hand side there, the fast and the furious Matis Gio.
Yeah, he is. He looks like he's changed up his equipment there a little bit as he's moving forward. But yeah, once again, I am going to say it, the wind has dropped, because I'm looking at the readings out there now, and it's in between 15 to 18 knots. The wind has dropped a bit.
Yeah, it can do that though sometimes here in Brazil. We have noticed that it starts off to be super duper windy in the morning. You know, when we got down to the beach this morning, I'd say maybe it was just sort of sitting on just under 20 knots. And now this sort of period in the afternoon, 2 o'clock-ish, sort of 1:30 to 2:30, 3 o'clock, it can drop, and then it picks up again. And that's why those sunset sessions can be so epic sometimes, because that's can be when you get your strongest wind, your best time of the day. The sun goes down, it's around 5 o'clock, and we all know what that means.
Oh, we definitely do, but this man definitely looks like he's trying to get there before then, as that is Matis Gio. And we could just see there in the boat our race director, Juan Antonio, who's been putting out the course and making sure everything is all right out there. But Matis really out in front of this one, as he's going to be cruising his way through. Unless he has any unforced mistakes, he looks like he's going to be making it through nice and easily into the semis.
Yeah, nice big set wave there behind. It'll be interesting to see if any riders manage to get amongst that one. But Matis here using the most of the conditions out there. Here we have some other riders starting to begin the process on the pumping track. Matis here, maybe he'll give a little wave to a fan as they're swimming around, but powering himself back up now. He's gone past that pumping track, managed to actually go quite far downwind there, but now the speed comes and he just accelerates, doesn't he? As soon as he parks that wing where it needs to be, he is off like a thunderbolt.
He definitely is. He is bolting like lightning, and he is out there with Tom Aubert as well, coming out there in second position. But just look, this is what we've been saying about it. We've been saying about body language. He's speeding.
Yeah, he's speedy. He even when he's in first position, you never see him sort of let go and ease up a little bit. He's always got a point to prove and just wants to show the other riders, look, I am here and I am the fastest man out here. Old Sonic the Hedgehog of the water.
No, absolutely. You know, really good racing, really good slaloming from him. As we continue on, next up we will have semi-final number 1. Tituan Galea, Alain Felic, Camille Bouillet, Ricardo Zorzi, Francesco Cabuso, Alessandro Tomasi, Chucho Nuno, Clement Hamon, and Sebastiano Zorzi. That will be semi-final number 1 coming up next, as we are just waiting to see who is going to be the top 5 of this heat number 4 to see who is going to be joining them for semi-final number 2.
There he is, man of the moment in this heat. Now he's sort of taking it a little bit easier. He's really got his lead out in front, chilling out, just having a little bit of a cruise. He's got a very, very, very comfortable lead. So I'm sure that he'll be coming through in first position. And that's a really nice shot there. That's really good that the riders are now able to ride their way into the beach and we can get that all-important shot. And when it comes to crowning our world champions, that is exactly where we want to be seeing them.
Yeah, we want to be able to see the raw emotion, the grin, or the tears on their eyes, and there we can see them as they come towards us. I can also see Oscar Leclerc there, so waiting for confirmation on all of the athletes making their way through, and that looks like Camouillet and one of the little... and is Christopher McDonald. So Julien Boyer and Christopher McDonald making their way through into the semi-final, awaiting confirmation. So coming up next, we have semi-final number 1. Tituan Galea, Alain Fedit, Camille Boyer, Ricardo Zorzi, Francesco Capuzzo, Alessandro Tomassi, Chucho Nunot, Clement Hamon, and Sebastiano Zorzi coming your way.
Okay, red flag is in the air, so heat is shortly going to get underway. And Joe, this heat here, this semi-final, there are some big names in this one, and things could get shaken up here. We have Tituan in this, we have Francesco, we have Alessandro Tomassi, who has been full force with the speed as well. Camille, a potential title contender. There's some really big names.
Oh, there is, and especially, like you say, the title contenders are in there. So basically, pretty much we need Camille, Francesco, and Tituan to go through for this to come down to the final, because those are the 3 boys that need to be battling it out. If one of those guys fall out, pretty much their world title possibilities are going to be eliminated. So a very big heat coming our way. Less than 2 minutes to go. If you haven't grabbed a cold one, if you haven't grabbed a cup of coffee, if you are still sitting down on your sofa, get yourselves up, because we could see disaster or miracles out there on the water.
Disaster or miracles. That's a great way of putting it. Yellow flag now in the sky. So next one will be the green, and that is where the action will take place, and all the riders will be firing from all cylinders, because big heat. If not, I reckon the biggest heat of the day so far of the surf slalom side of competition, especially on the men's side. So plenty of action to take place over the next 2.5 minutes, because it's going to get super fruity out there.
And there's the no flag, meaning that we are getting ready to go. Big heat coming our way. Big heat coming our way. The top athletes of the world. The top athletes of the world battling it out here in this surf slalom. And then we can see the athletes of that last heat going to be going to the committee boat to see who was on and who is going to be continuing through. But there they are, there they are. The fleet making their way towards us as they're about to go. And push the button, press the accelerator, and hit that gear for this semi-final number 1.
Oh, some of them may not have timed it right. There they go. It was tight there. Just the timing to get towards that green flag. But it's Alan Fedit here who is sort of out in front and gets the best start. We also have Alessandro Tomasi there. Francesco Capuzzo on the RRD with the red helmet. And there, a few more of the riders zipping their way through into our screen.
Yeah, it looks like you can see Titouan there starting a little bit further back. We saw him have this problem in that elimination number 3. Let's see what's going to happen in this one, but no, he's out of the mix there. So there we can have him, and that is Cameo and Francesco. Like you said, Alessandro and Riccardo Zorzi at the moment in front. But it is looking lighter out there. We can see Chucho Nunot there out on the north mode. And as that wind is dropping, I wonder if equipment changes is going to start to happen. Are we going to be seeing pit stops? Because this is all on the line.
Yeah, it's really interesting watching here. I think that's Capuzzo there just hunting down Titouan, which it is. I just managed to grab a little bit of the orange helmet, and he's managed to pick up some good speed there. Definitely looks like he's on a bigger wing. When he was there next to Camille, you can see that he has the bigger wing, and he's put the turn in early. So Titouan carries on. That'll be very, very interesting to see how that decision there plays out, because he's not just carried on, he's gone very, very much upwind.
Yeah, Titouan has been doing this every single time, and I'm going to say it has been working for him, but that was probably the first time we've seen Capuzzo and him pretty much on exactly the same line. So yeah, who has made the correct decision? We'll soon find out, because pretty much the championship is in between these two at the moment. So if one of them doesn't get into the final, it is lights out, game over.
Yeah, very interesting here on your screens. You can see Titouan on the right-hand side there, Francesco in the middle. So coming up to where they'll start to think about making the turn there. Alessandro Tomasi on your screen now with that clear NSYS wing. Capuzzo comes into the mix, but just coming in behind. So let's see how Titouan comes out of this one, because again, yep, didn't make the best call there, and it's really shaken things up.
It has shaken things up, and let's not forget Titouan. He might not have the best acceleration at the beginning, but once he gains speed, he keeps it. And let's not forget, when it comes to the waves, Titouan is a cruiser. We've seen it time after time again, and I might say it doesn't look like the guys out in front are out on any bumps, so it could all change up if Titouan manages to get on a wave. As here is that pumping section. We're going to have to wait and see who is going to be making their way down. All right, so it looks like in front, I'm going to say it's going to be Francesco Capuzzo. If he can get on that wave, there is one forming. He almost losing it there. Almost losing it there, and he's had to pump and push over again because he's lost the push.
Yeah, you could see Titouan there actually managing to catch something quite nicely. It's funny how when they catch the wave, they just sort of sit on it and just cruise. But now, what's going to happen? Because Titouan is sitting in first position.
Yeah, Titouan in first position. Francesco Capuzzo, if he doesn't fall off here, is in second. Third, Alessandro Tomasi. Fourth, Fedit. Fifth, Camille, yeah, but Titouan definitely, once again, rode those little swells much easier, and is going to be the man that is going to reach that next buoy in first.
Yeah, just looking out the window now, big distance, and it's a real hunt and a big battle for that sort of second position. Capuzzo there, just still sitting in second. Titouan goes around the buoy, starts to relax a little bit now, because don't forget, it's the top 5 that make it through to the finals. So Titouan is looking like it's going to be him, but Francesco sort of second, Alan Fedit in third, Alessandro Tomasi in fourth, and Camille Boyer in fifth. That is the current standings.
Yes, it is, and here we can see Francesco obviously taking it a bit easy, a little bit of a fight. Oh, Camille on the inside there of Riccardo Zorzi. And Francesco, he's chilling. He is chilling as he knows he can get through. He does not want a single collision, taking the inside line on that one. Intelligent move, because you know what? It's going to come down to the final, and this is how we want it to end.
Yeah, this is exactly how we wanted it to end. We know Titouan could have probably got it in the previous elimination, but for us watching and us at home, we want it to come down to the wire, exactly how the surf freestyle played out when it came down to that sort of heat between Malo and Tituan as well. It was super, super good, super, super interesting to watch, and we're going to have the same here for the men's surf slalom. There we have it, our athletes crossing the line. It's looking like Alan Fedit actually came through in second there. Camille Boyer actually had his head in his hands there, so once the scores come through, I'd like to see where he finished, because he didn't look very happy there, Joe. As soon as he came through the finish line, he let go of his wing and he had his head in his hands. So, yeah, very, very interesting to see what comes from that.
Yeah, I have a feeling, we can't get the exact look from here, but I have a feeling he's ended up 6th. I have a feeling that Camille has ended up 6th, which what that would mean is that would eliminate his possibilities of becoming a world champion, as his title race will be done, and then it would leave it in between Tituan Galea and Francesco Capuzzo. But we're going to wait for confirmation results there, as we are 2 minutes away for semi-final number 2 of the men.
Yeah, Camille at the moment just still sitting on his board, doesn't look very happy, so waiting on the positionings to come through from that. But yes, next semi-final is coming up next, and then it gets to final time, and that is where we will see who will be coming out on top.
And that is confirmed. Camille coming in 6th position. That is why his head was in his hands, meaning that he is out, not making his way to the grand finale. So that puts a closure on his possibilities of having a fight for the World Championship. And now what that opens up is it means that we are going to have a battle for that title in this final elimination final here on the season finale.
Oh, that is exactly how we want it. Yeah, that's going to be a very, very, very enjoyable watch. Camille just heading in towards the beach now. Real shame, but again, he is one of those riders. He's had a good time out here in Brazil. He kept to the final of the Surf-Freestyle, losing to Malo, but you know, even when he comes off the water after a loss, he's always got a smile on his face. I think for him and his brother Julian, it's just about being out in that water. Obviously the competitive spirit comes out and they want to win, but you know, they always smile and they're always happy. And now we've got the next heat, which is getting underway right now. Green flag up.
Alright, semi-final number 2. So we can see Bastien Escoffet there in the middle. On the bottom side, that is Tom Aubert. We can see Oscar Leclerc at the top. Axel Gerard, but there he is, that man with the blue and yellow. Matis Gio, zoom, passing on the downwind side and gliding through one more time. But look at there at the bottom, if I'm not mistaken, Christopher McDonald also bringing it to the pack.
Yeah, putting in a shift. Yeah, definitely. Look at that. He's Speedy Gonzalez. He's made his way into 1st position there. We can see Tom Aubert, Bastien Escoffet and Matis Gio behind Chris. So, again, interesting to see where all these riders will decide to make the turn, because we see it time and time again. This is a crucial part of the course, and this is where it can really open up, and everyone on your screen going upwind, blasting their way to where they feel is the best position to make that turn.
Yeah, we saw it from Tituan. He went a lot further, which is almost what Chris is doing here. So I reckon he might have looked and saw that that was working for Tituan and decided to maybe give it a go, and it looks like Leclerc and Escoffet also doing the same. But there's so many different strategies, especially depending on the equipment they're using, how they kind of use, how they pressure, how they push. But in the end, it is who gets to that top mark first. Seems to be kind of a defining moment. But now with that track, that pump track, whoever makes the pump track at the moment seems to be the guy or the girl that wins the heat.
Yeah, it's just all about finding that little bit of swell, finding the wave that they can get on, because it makes such a difference. If you don't get something to sort of glide along with, it can be really hard, and you can come off the foil, and when you come off the foil, it is pumping galore. You're pumping the wing, you're pumping your feet just to get back up, because it can be a real challenge to compete back with the Wolfpack.
And Gio already past that top mark. Now going to be going for the pumping section. There it is. Win in the flagging point. Now he's going to have to be pushing it in. Who's the next man behind him? If I'm not mistaken, that looked like Escoffet just out of the corner of our eye. As Gio cruising down this one. Little look back.
Yeah, another little look back as well. Escofet there, wing behind him. He's sort of catching something. Looks like he's got to work a little bit harder, though, and flicking the wing. That can also be a challenge sometimes. When they hold that wing behind them and it sort of flicks around the way they don't want to, then, you know, mentally they're trying to flick it back round while pumping at the same time. If they're not on swell, it's a little bit of a mess back here. So everyone's pumping. You can definitely see the winds drop because some of the wings aren't quite fluttering in the wind as they were earlier.
Yeah, you can see the wind has definitely decreased a little bit out there as we are just coming up on full high tide here in Taiba for the final day. Spano in second, Bastien Scoffel in third, Julien Boyer in fourth. But it is once again Matheus Gio leading the pack and leading by an absolute mile.
Yeah, leading by a mile. That's a nice, probably comfortable finish for him. He's going to take it easy now. Once he looks over his shoulder, going around this boy, he'll see where the other competitors are, and he can just sort of chill, take it easy, maybe have a tea or a coffee out there because it's looking comfortable, and it looks like he'll make his way into the final, and that will really start to be interesting because all our title contenders are in that final pretty much with Matthias, Francesco and Tituan.
All right, so we can see there it is. There's the battle. Those are the 5 athletes that, unless anything changes up, that will be making it into that grand finale. Matheus Gio, one more turn to make before he spins around. There you can see him on his Ocean Rodeo and Levitus gear. And high above the water with that 115 mast. You can really see it's almost like out on a skyscraper out there.
Yeah, he's riding the magic carpet, Matheus. He's riding the magic carpet. Aladdin out there making his way, going to be making his way through to the final. Following in the background there, you can see Nicolas Spanu in second position.
All right, so there it is. Looking like those athletes are going to be the ones that continue through. And let's go right back outside to the action. As we can see, the women have already started their heat. So camera guys, let's go back out to the action as the women's heat has already begun. And it looks like out in front, there, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be Suadias. And behind her is Novotna. And there we can see Flora Asner. And that looks like Surini, the Brazilian from Paracaru.
Yeah, Aran Siris as well in fifth. And Flora taking a very, very, very early turn. Nia as well going the latest. But compared to the men, they were absolutely flying themselves upwind. So all the women here taking a slightly earlier approach. And on your screen now with the pink helmet, duotone wing Fanatic board. That is Nia Suarez. You can see Kylie there on the Tacoon blue and sort of pinky wing, yet to put her turn in. But yeah, there they are, sort of all spread out a little bit. The safety boat there following them around, making sure everything's all good and all gravy. But let's see how it all unfolds once these riders sort of start to get towards that pumping track.
Yeah, as they are, but with the girls, they won't have to do the pumping track. They can just ride through that, the difference out there. But at the moment, it looks like Nia, like you said before, doing a similar thing to Tituan, as she is up on top, has won pretty much every single elimination. Paolo Novotna today are definitely having a better day and winning the one so far. Let's see how that is going to mix it up on the overall standards. Let's not forget, Flora Asner, if she's top 4, she is world champ. Nia has to win here in Taiba, and Flora needs to be 5th for her to be world champ. And as it stands at the moment, it is Flora in 3rd, so that is not yet to happen, as this is elimination number 8 from what I have here on my screen. As we continue on, more women's action, as we will have 2 more women's heats. And coming up next, mini final of the men.
So there we have Nia Suarez on your screens. She's really been quite solid here. She hasn't really put a foot wrong, aside from Paolo Novotna winning the last one. Nia Suarez has been super, super solid. Nice shot there. We can see Paola 2nd, Aran 3rd, Flora in 4th position. So there are your top 4. Not sure on 5th position just yet, but it's still, you know, still plenty to go on the course here. Nia going towards sort of the halfway point. And there you can see Paola as well, chasing Nia. We've seen these two ladies be at it all year, at all the stops when it comes to surf slalom, surf freestyle. They are battling it out for the wins. This event, we saw Flora take the surf freestyle, so a little mix-up, and I think that was because, well, it definitely was because the wave scoring that was involved here at Taiba with the surf freestyle. It was 2 wave scores and 1 pure freestyle score that made up the 3. So previously, a little bit different at the other stops, and it definitely depends on our locations, where we go and what our judges want to see, and that really spices things up, because during wingfoiling and for the whole world tour, we're looking for the most complete rider out there, the person that can ride the waves, the person that can do the tricks, the person that can fire through the surf slalom. And at the moment, firing into first position, Nia Suarez. Needs a little bit of a miracle to happen for Flora not to take it, but you know, we've seen plenty of upsets, not just here at this event, but at plenty of previous events, not just in 2022 but previous years as well. So we all know that it's still anyone's game, and Nia on your screen at the moment sort of looking like she is the person to beat. And nice little shot there of all the men in the background there watching on as they get ready for the mini final, which will be taking place after this. Paolo and Novotny on your screens to the left hand side. These two teammates, you know, it's really nice about this sport. Everyone pretty much gets along off the water, and there's plenty of respect shown on it. So crossing the line first, Nia. Second position is Paola. On your screens now, Oran whipping round towards the final section of the course, looking like she's going to finish in third. Flora on the F1 gear in fourth position. Let's see if it stays that way. It pretty much will once they cross the line. And then in fifth, hopefully we'll see a rider whipping around any second. So yes, that is Oran in third position. There is Kitley will be the one in fifth if she manages to stay up and complete the course. Flora fourth. So there you have it. That is the top 5 for the women's elimination round just then. Good heat, that one. Plenty of excitement. And now we're going to move back over to the men. So let's get a little view. There it is. Plenty of action to be had still. This is where it gets a little bit interesting. You can see the wings there on the beach all pumped up. A few spectators there on the right hand side. So it starts to get a little bit busier down on the beach. It's coming up to 3 o'clock in the afternoon here at Taiba, Brazil. We've seen a slight drop on the wind. High tide is pretty much about 5 minutes ago, so the water now will start to push out. But, you know, it has been changing all the time. We'll hopefully see the wind pick up a little bit. It would be lovely, but these guys and girls have to adapt to the conditions that get thrown their way.
All right, so just went out there just to double check and confirm some of the situations if the title races, how it goes out. Basically, at the moment, it is Capuzzo needs to finish 4 places in front of Tituan to take the World Championship, as they are, both of them are already through into that final. Capuzzo has to pretty much just absolutely go for it, because he needs to end up 4 places in front of Tituan to be world champ. If not, Tituan will be world champ. Still awaiting complete confirmations on that. That's the information we have at the moment, as there are various scenarios depending on where they end up in the final. But to try and simplify it for you, basically, Francesco has to be 4 places or better in front of Tituan to be world champ. If not, Tituan will end up being world champ. That's the details. That's what's happening at the moment. Now, coming out there on the water, we are going to be seeing coming up next is going to be the mini final elimination number 4, which is confirmed, the only elimination left. Mini final will be coming our way, which is going to be Ricardo Zorzi, Oscar Leclerc, Clement Hamon, Axel Gerard, Christopher McDonald, Max Robertson, and Julien Boyer. And we're just waiting for that one to get underway. And wow, it all comes down one more time to the final heat of the final event of the season. This is kind of, you know, this is what you want at a World Tour.
Oh, it's definitely what you want. But Joe, would you have it any other way? No, definitely not, eh? This is how we want to see it. This is what we want to see. It makes it super, super exciting before we have the mini final where those riders will take place and take centre stage. And then the final surf slalom heat of the 2022 calendar, and it sure will be an exciting one. So we can see here on our screens riders getting ready in the mix here, finding the groove, waiting for that green flag to show so that we can get underway. Very, very exciting stuff to come.
Oh, it is, and this is what we want, just waiting for that flag to hit the sky, as we will be starting off with the mini final. So stay tuned, as the world title race is very close to being known who will be our new GWA Surf Slalom Wingfoil World Champion. And welcome back, everybody. There we can see it, red flag in the sky, meaning that we are 3 minutes away from the mini final. Going out there in the water, we are going to be seeing Ricardo Zorzi, Oscar Leclerc, Clement Hamon, Axel Gerard, Christopher McDonald, Max Robinson, and Julien Boyer. That is the small final coming your way in less than 3 minutes. This final elimination of the men, elimination number 4, meaning that they are going to be able to discard one of their results. And as it stands out there at the moment, it is very, very close in between the title contenders. On the men's side, Tituan Galea in the lead, Francesco Capuzzo in second, and Matis Gio in third. And then for the ladies, we will continue doing eliminations as we are just waiting for the results to be coming in. But Nia Suarez seems like she is holding on to that first position so far, even though Paula Novotna has had a couple of wins here today. So world title possibilities coming up very soon after this heat, which will be the grand final, where we will see who is going to take that. Summarizing, basically, Tituan Galea needs to finish 4 places in front of Francesco Capuzzo to be able to be world champion. Let's not forget with the slalom, even though when they come across the line, there can be protests and there can be look and see exactly what has happened out there. So we will not be able to confirm 100% the result as soon as that race is finished. We will get the info as soon as possible. But just to let you guys and girls know, at the moment it does look like Tituan has the biggest possibilities to take that world title home. We will have to soon find out, because Francesco would need to be 4 places in front of Tituan if he wanted to take the win. But that is if they are ending up on the top of that final. So still quite a few scenarios out there. But basically, we will have all of that information at the end of the race, as with these surf slaloms, protests have to be attended.
So here we go. We are off with this mini final here, and we can see that it's a nice little cluster of riders together there. Chucho not nearly going down with the mode wing there, just catching an edge, but manages to get back on the foil. So look at this little slingshot firing through. We can see Axel Gerard there in the middle. So out in first,
Julien Boyer there, you can see him out on the RRD, and Ricardo Zorzi here. Oscar Leclerc on the Vayu, you top 3, as this is the small final, mini final. And let's see how these guys are doing, because obviously they are battling for overall paces of the year, the season finale. Every point counts.
Every point does count. You can see here Axel Gerard on your right, Chucho Nonot on the left, Mode North White Wing. Both of them putting super early turns in. So interesting to see how they come up. There we can see Oscar Leclerc on that sort of big V bluey red wing. So plenty of action still to come in this heat.
Yeah, there certainly is. There certainly is. As we can see, some of the guys already getting up there. Ricardo turning around. It looks like Oscar's deciding to go a little bit further out. Ricardo Zorzi, the young Italian, very talented young man. He has had event wins on the surf freestyle discipline, but this season not quite getting it together. Looking forward to kind of seeing him come back stronger next year. And there we could see Axel Gerard looking like he had a little bit of an advantage there, Liam.
Yes, we could see that, and also a little bit there of Chris McDonald on the blue F1. Sort of there he is, Axel Gerard in front of McDonald there. It'd be interesting. I think that might be, is that a 4.5 or a 5.5, Joe? I'm not quite sure there, but regardless, you know, there's some nice white caps. I believe 4.5, so maybe a slight increase in wind. But these two riders, they're a little bit young. They're the young guns, aren't they?
They definitely are. So they aren't as heavy as some of the other athletes out there on the water. So yeah, I definitely reckon those are going to be 4.5ers, because we have seen 5.5s and 6 meters from some of the bigger athletes. Already making their way down past that first buoy mark and continuing on. And now this is where, as soon as they hit that second mark, they're going to hit this pumping leg front and center. Julien Boyer, Oscar Leclerc on the value of purple, red helmet, and all the way over on the left-hand side, that is Riccardo Zorzi.
Julien Boyer there just losing it, going down, just not managing to catch any sort of wave there, but wants to get to his feet super close. You can see Riccardo here trying to find something, looking over his shoulder. Again, he's going down, coming off the foil. McDonald just zipping through on the F1 in the background. Let's see if he can catch something, because there looks to maybe be a little wave. You can see him just sort of cruising and chilling out a little bit again still. But Oscar Leclerc down here on your screens, as the camera zooms in so perfectly, we can see is in first position.
Yeah, Leclerc there, very good strategy. Made his way all the way over on the right side, used the bump, used the power in his legs, and he has got that first position. Second is going to be Axel Gerard, and third looking like Zorzi, as it is starting to get mixed up. Mini-final on the water and the final mini-final of the day.
Yes, Riccardo Zorzi looking like he's gaining some speed here, putting down the accelerator on Axel Gerard. Let's see if he can manage to whip himself into second place here. He's absolutely flying, Joe.
Yeah, you can see him out there on the SAP foil, pushing and getting the acceleration out there and really making a mark. And he's actually caught up on some ground on this man there, Oscar Leclerc, out there on the value and the Axis equipment. Let's see as they make the turn. We have the final two turns, let's not forget. A little bit of a course change in this one. And there it is, Zorzi there, also second position. But it ain't over yet, because they have to make their way across the finish line before they can call victory.
Yeah, and in the background there you can see the other riders just getting ready for the next heat. But on your screen now, they'll look over the shoulder to see if Sebastian can catch him, but it's Oscar Leclerc who's out in first. Sebastian Zorzi looking pretty stacked there and flying. Axel Gerard again in third position. It's been a little battle, but crossing the line first, Oscar Leclerc. Second place, Sebastian Zorzi, and third place, Axel Gerard. You can see in the back as well, it looks like Julien Boyer is coming around just in front of Chris McDonald, who goes down just before the last corner.
Yeah, you can see there, good performance from there. Leclerc, Riccardo Zorzi, and Axel Gerard really pushing it. And here we can see Julien Boyer unfortunately having a crash out there on the pumping track that cost him dearly. As we continue on, let's get eyes on the committee boat. As I can see the red flag in the sky, meaning we are less than 3 minutes to the start of the final. And this is a very important heat coming your way.
Yeah, this is what it comes down to, and as you mentioned, we sort of know the rough title scenarios here as the red flag gets raised, but we're not going to be announcing anything straight away, because we want to make sure that we have all our crew, all our judges make sure that it is right, because there's been so many slalom heats that, you know, it's always up in the mix, it's always can be up in the air. So before we say anything, we're going to enjoy this heat, and we'll be announcing the winner shortly after.
And they're getting ready out there with little less than 2 minutes to go. As that yellow flag is in the sky. So let's have a little look-see at what we have coming up. Titouan Galea, Matis Gio, Alain Fedit, Nicolas Spano, Alessandro Tomasi, Gregorio Pugliese, Francesco Capuzzo, Bastien Escoffet, Camille Bouillet, and Tom Aubert. So there we can see, as we mentioned before, you cannot announce stuff before. Camille has made his way into that final, as it looks like there must have been either a protest or something, because he finished 6th, so obviously someone has been disqualified for him to get in there, and we're just waiting for that information. But yep, that is the information we have at hand. He is in, and I can see an RRD, and I can see a white helmet, which is obviously going to mean that Camille is in the water. There you go. This is, you know, with the things with Surf Slalom, there can be process. Even he had his hands in his head. Second chance. That guy's got 2 lives.
Yeah, and he'll be super grateful for that, and maybe a point to prove now. He's been given the chance, and that, you know, shakes things up. But big names in this heat, and someone that has really impressed me. Well, 2 riders actually. that aren't entitled to contention, but have been putting and laying it down is Alan Fedit and Nicolas Spanu. They've been super, super solid. Alan Fedit looking really good on the pumping track.
Yeah, no, they are. And there it is. We can see the pack starting to get together. So I can see, yeah, there it is. Camille is definitely in this heat. We can see the white helmet RRD. So let's go, everybody. Let's go. As we have the grand final coming our way. We are ready to rumble. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to this. Green flag. It looking like a clean start. In the middle, we can see Francesco Capuzzo. Matis Gio in the mix there as well. Tituan a little bit further back. Tom Albert there with the duotone. On the back, we can see Bastien Escoffet, Nicolas Spanu here, and Alessandro Tomasi very close, speeding along. Oh, Francesco, a little bit of a wobble out there. I know his heart went up to his throat, as they are at the moment unusually at the back of the pack. Matis Gio and Alessandro Tomasi, your top two.
What a start to the final that was. Matis Gio was going out in first. Alessandro Tomasi now just sitting in first, but look at it. It's so tight. You can see Tituan Galea picking up some speed as well. The New Caledonian looking pretty good. And I wonder if he'll go super duper upwind and do what he normally does, Joe.
Yeah, I think you will. I mean, it's worked for him every single time. I'd be surprised if he sees has changed the strategy. Tomasi turns first. Tituan keeps on going. Everybody's still going. Not seeing okay. There we can see Tom Aubert taking the spin. Matis Gio, Francesco Capuzzo at the same time as Tituan. Camille a little bit after, and Escoffet was still continuing on. I reckon this is definitely going to be coming down to the wire. What a final!
Yeah, it's a really good final. It's anyone's game at the moment, and where we start to really get a little bit more of an understanding with positions is after the pumping track, because even if you're in first position coming into that section of the course, it can all change. If you catch a little bit of swell, you can zoom your way past the others. Sometimes maybe with this slight wind drop, you can be slightly underpowered, come off the foil. That can also change things. So right now it's anyone's game, and although Matis Gio there looking to put the first turn in, and Alessandro Tomasi, out in front. Again, anyone's game. And the next section is the most important one of them all.
It certainly is. And there we can see Francesco Capuzzo already in there in the mix. Tituan unusually behind so far. Francesco wants to start to get even more positions if he wants to have a possibility there. As these guys, but it does come down. Let's not forget, the man has navigated through these pumps the best throughout the whole competition has been Tituan Galea, and it is going to come down to this. Here it goes. They are ready. They are ready.
This is the section that can really sort of shake it up a little bit. You can see Capuzzo there on the orange helmet on the left-hand side of your screen. Matis here on the right-hand side coming out of the section. He's been pretty solid on this section all the time, but look at Tituan going a little bit wider here. Tituan, yeah, it's a tough one here. I'm not quite sure, but it will soon sort of shape itself out.
Yes, it will. And there's Capuzzo and Tituan right behind him. We have to see. Let's get back to the buoy, guys. Let's go back to the buoy. Let's see the battle as we are trying to wait and see, because there it is. That is Camille. That is Camille up there already trying to make his way forward. And I tell you what, Tituan also, I can see out of my window, has made it past. So at the moment we have Matis Gio in first, Alessandro Tomasi in second, Camille Bouillet in third, Tituan Galea in fourth. It is on. It is on.
On like Donkey Kong, yes. It's all systems go. You can see your riders here, Alessandro Tomasi on this NSYS wing. It's really super close. There comes Tituan in your screen. Matis now front and centre in first position. So a good ride so far. Really is open the doors here. It's anyone's game still, and although it's coming towards the back end of the course, people can still make mistakes. So anyone's game.
Yes, it is. And let's not forget that Camille, who also had chances to see what has happened, is in front of the other two. So I tell you what, this is going to have to be going down to the drawing board, because if this stays like this, there cannot be a confirmation yet. And let's not forget those protests that we were talking about. I can see Tituan, he's pushing, he wants to get it as he is pushing away, but Matis Gio taking the win. Alessandro Tomasi is going to be going through in second. In third is definitely going to be Camille. In fourth, Tituan. And if I'm not mistaken, in fifth is going to be Francesco Capuzzo. So that is talk about throwing a spanner in the works, as we will get results for you as soon as possible, as we are waiting for confirmation, because that has definitely put a works. Who is going to be the world champion? We will soon find out.
Yeah, we'll find out very, very shortly. And that's the information we want to get to you as soon as possible, because even when they come into the beach now, people aren't quite sure what is going on. So we will find out as soon as possible. As you can see on your screens, the committee boat there, waiting and ready to go for the next heat as those previous male riders come into the beach. Everyone's sort of looking up into the air, not quite sure what is happening next, but we will have this information to you as soon as possible. And we've just been informed, thank you very much, that the yellow flag is down. So next heat will be underway very, very, very shortly. These male riders coming into the beach now, getting caught in the shore dump at this spot here. There is a little bit of a nasty shore dump, so when you do come in, especially on the high tide, it can be a little bit, you know, punchy, and I can see a few riders coming in slightly annoyed with their performance there. But, you know, this is the name of the game, and name of the game it is. Now, on your screens, the women's fleet is getting underway, and we can see here on the orange F1, Flora Artsner is sitting in first position as they come out the gates. Nia Suarez there on your duotone wing with the Alula material. Madalena Spanu there on the Gastra. Oran Saris on that sort of blue and orange wing. So Flora out in front at the moment. We can see there Kitley as well on the Tacoon, the blue and the pink. Nice and bright. You cannot miss that one. So let's see where these riders decide to make their turns. Paolo Novotna at the moment sitting there just behind Kitley. You can see on the yellow board. All to play for. Lots to happen. And a beautiful drone. The eye in the sky there. Just look at that competition area. So fortunate to be down here in Taiba, Brazil for the last Wingfoiling World Tour stop. And next year, 2023, is looking even better with plenty of events on the calendar. Our calendar has been updated and can now be viewed online. So if you are having a little look and you are wondering where we might be going next year, take a little peek over on the GWA website so you can have a little look. We start off actually in New Zealand, and that'll be the first time we go there for a little bit of surf freestyle and a little bit of surf slalom action. So exciting times ahead. But right now on your screens we have there Paolo Novotna on the left hand side, Madalena Spanu on the right, and Kitley there on the Tacoon. Nice shot there as we angle out a little bit. You can see Nia Suarez on the far right, pink helmet. And this is where it all shapes up. Just remember that the women, they do not have that pumping track section, so they won't be doing the pumping. (3:15) here in the afternoon. And just a few more heats remaining before we will wrap up this GWA event. And what an event it has been. We've been crowning world champions left, right and centre recently in all disciplines. We crowned our kite freestyle champions just last week. We'll be crowning our wing champions later on today. Surf freestyle champions were crowned yesterday. Sorry, the day before, and then next week we will be having our kite surf action in exactly the same spot that we are at now, as well as a little bit of hydrofoil freestyle. So it's not over yet. There's still plenty of thrilling stuff to come your way, but right now focus on the middle there. Oran Saris behind chasing is Paolo Novotna as they come up to what is normally for the men the pumping section, and here Nia Suarez having a little pump along, a little bit of swell there. Just enjoying herself. She really hasn't put much of a foot wrong when it's come to the slalom racing. Interesting to see where Flora is. I'll have a little peek out of the window, see if I can see an orange F1 wing. It'll be nice to get a little shot on that one. And there she is, just in the back there. So not in first position, because Nia Suarez proving tough competition to beat here in Taiba. And there you can see just exactly how much ground is to gain on Nia. She really is in a world of her own, flying through at the moment in first position, come through sort of into the second half of the course now. So all she's got to do is keep it together, keep it together. And Paula Novotná gaining some speed there, making up another position. A very competitive individual. Our surf freestyle world champion claimed that title at the last event over in Tarifa, which was a pure surf freestyle event, and what an event it was. I was fortunate enough to attend, and the Levante wind blew hard and it was super strong. We must have had about 30 knots on the last day. A little bit different to here in Brazil. We have lighter winds, as you know, and as me and Joe have explained, it's been sort of sitting around the 15 to 18 knots mark, so definitely a little bit lighter. Different conditions, but you know, that's what we want. We want to throw different conditions at our athletes. And Nia here, you can see, great shot there, a little smile on the face. She knows she's done enough to take the win here. Paula Novotná making up some good ground. Definitely a little bit faster through the second section of the course. And there again, Kitley just coming up in third position. So Nia crossing the line first. Paula Novotná second position there, waving to our camera team. Kitley coming through in third, and who is going to come in fourth and fifth we'll be able to see very shortly. And there you have it, Flora in fourth, and it looks like Aran Cerise in fifth position. So there's your top five. Madeline Hispano there in sixth, if she can keep it together until the finish line. And there, the eye in the sky once again. Great shot. We can sort of see exactly where we are competing. You can see now the tide pretty much half an hour after high tide, so super duper high. Plenty of locations here to treat yourself to getting on the water. We've got this spot here out in Taiba. You've also got the lagoon, the flat water paradise. Not one, not two, but quite a few, quite a handful of lagoons to play around in. And it's, you know, what Brazil is known so famously for, having a playground of kite spots, of wing spots, of surf spots, of paddle spots. You know, it's got everything you want, and even better, you're doing it in board shorts. No wetsuit is needed. And for me, you know, coming from the UK, if I can get some board shorts on and not put on a thick 5'4" wetsuit, I am in my element. And here we go. Next heat underway. This will be the South American Championships right here. So let's see who we've got. And here we go, just pulling up the competitors in this heat. So duotone wing out in front. Looks like it may be Mario Luis out in front. But as you know, and as you have been watching, it can all change. The pumping track is now back in the mix. Cabrina is Vinicius Martins there on your right-hand side. Purple, Manuel Paula there on the left. So Vinicius Martins, Manuel Paula were just on your screen. We can see there Dudu with the green board. He's been a force to be reckoned with. He's put in some nice, solid performances. F1, Antonio Correa chasing behind. Nice bit of swell there. So pumping track will be the next interesting point on this heat, and that can really shape things up. We should also have Galito Estredo in this heat. If we can find some RRD wings, then he will be there. But there, Dudu on your right, Antonio on the left. Hard to say exactly who's in what position because they've just... Oh, Antonio goes down. He was in quite a good position. You can see rushing back to the board, looking over his shoulder. He could be in a worse position, he could be in a better position, but he'll be wanting to get back up as soon as possible. Focus now on Dudu. who now looks to be in that first position. Now, this is the South American Championship in race class, so very important for these individuals. We've got Brazil and Venezuela athletes out there competing. And in first position, Dudu doing the business. Guys, can we shut the door? Excuse me. Can we shut the door? Shut the door. And there we see Dudu flying through in first. Nice and comfortable. And then just in the corner there we saw Vinicius Martins, again from Brazil. You have to correct me on the South American Championship race class. There is no pumping track needed, but there he is, just enjoying it, making use of some of the swell there. And he is currently sitting in second position in this race. See if he can keep to his feet. It looks like he's got a little wobbly there, but no, he's all good, firing himself back into the mix. Green duotone wing, that'll be Mario Luis in third position. Dudu back on our screens there, nice little turn there. These guys do make it look easy. And all it is now, it's about keeping it together. Nice quick foot change there. Little flick of the rig, there you go. Powering himself back on, backhand goes on, gets fully stuck in, fully involved. Dudu out in first place, coming towards sort of the back end of this section. And there he is, Vinicius in second. A good show from him. And again, coming towards the final section now. Dudu, will he cross the line in first? It's looking rather comfortable for him now, looking towards the boat. He can see the finish line in sight, and it sure will be smiles all around for this fella as he crosses the line. And now all that is to happen is to see who will be taking the remaining places. On your screen, Vinicius Martins. Nice little turn, and it looks like he'll be finishing up in second place. So let's see who else is in the mix. Let's see who else is in the race for third, fourth and fifth position.
And welcome back, everybody. I just went over to the head judge's office together with tour manager Tom Hartman, everybody, and I have results on both the men and the women's side. Winning the event of the final here in Brazil for the GWA Wingfoil Surf-Slalom, the Frenchman Mathis Gio. In second position, Tituan Galea. And in third position, Francesco Capuzzo. Winning the event on the women's side is definitely Nia Suadiez, and we are waiting for results for second and third, as there are a couple of protests and they're going out with that at the moment. And on the World Championship side, we can only announce the men so far, as these protests have to be resolved on the women's side before we end. The winner, your new GWA Surf-Slalom Wingfoil World Champion is Tituan Galea. A big congratulations to Tituan, the new World Champion. Francesco Capuzzo in second position, and Camille Bouillet in third. That is your top three on the overall ranking. We will have to wait for the women's, as there was protests to be attended to. So on behalf of all of us over here, thank you very much for tuning in on the stream. It has been an incredible season finale here for the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. I'm Joe Siasta. I look forward to seeing you very soon.
And I'm Liam Dredge. Thank you very much for joining in on these last few days.
And we will see you bright and early, because coming up at the end of the month, we are going to be having also our sister tour of the GKA Kite World Tour, where we'll have the strapless surfing, who are going to be deciding who will be our world champion there as well. So thank you very much, everybody, for tuning into the stream. I hope you enjoyed the wing foiling action. Now it's time to go down to the beach, as we're waiting for those results, and we will start to get those beach podiums going. But we will cut the stream before that, as there is quite a lot to be resolved on the protest wise. Once again, thank you very much for tuning in.